This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still have trouble sleeping at night. It's been 3 months since it happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see that thing standing in the middle of the road. I've never shared this with anyone besides my therapist, who thinks I hallucinated the whole experience due to exhaustion. But I know what I saw was real. I can still feel the fear coursing through my veins when I think about it. It was a Thursday night in April. I had been in San Antonio for 4 days for a marketing conference my company had sent me to. I was supposed to stay until Friday morning, but after the last session ended early, I decided to drive back to my apartment in Austin instead of spending another night in that cheap motel my boss had booked. The AC barely worked, and the sheets smelled like they hadn't been changed in weeks. I packed my stuff quickly, checked out around 9:30 at night, and hit the road. My GPS showed heavy construction on I-35, adding almost an hour to the drive. It suggested an alternate route via Highway 46 that would supposedly save me time. I'd never taken that highway before, but I was eager to get home to my own bed, so I decided to follow the GPS directions. Big mistake. I turned onto Highway 46 around 10:15. The moment I merged onto that road, something felt off. I can't really explain it, but it was like this immediate heaviness in the air. The highway was completely deserted, not a single car in either direction, just endless roads stretching through dense woods on both sides, with these massive trees creating this tunnel-like effect in my headlights. I tried to shake off the weird feeling by blasting some music. I remember it was a playlist my sister had made for me, upbeat songs that usually put me in a good mood. But even with the volume turned up, I couldn't ignore how isolated I felt. About 30 minutes in, the weirdest thing happened. This fog appeared out of nowhere. I mean, literally nowhere. 1 minute the road was clear, and the next I was driving through this thick blanket of mist that seemed to wrap around my car. It wasn't patchy like normal fog. It was dense and uniform, like driving through a cloud. My visibility dropped to maybe 20 feet ahead, and I had to slow down to about 30 miles per hour. I checked my GPS, which showed I still had about 40 minutes to go. What bothered me most was that I hadn't passed a single gas station, diner, or even a house since turning onto this highway. Not one single sign of civilization, just trees and more trees. And my phone showed no service the entire time, which made me increasingly nervous. That's when I saw the lights through the fog. At first I felt this wave of relief, thinking it was another car. But as I got closer, I realized the lights weren't moving. They were stationary, flickering softly through the mist. I slowed down even more as I approached. It was a house, this old, dilapidated 2-story structure just off the side of the road. There was no driveway leading to it, no mailbox, nothing that would indicate someone actually lived there. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades, with peeling paint and several boarded-up windows. But there were 2 old-fashioned lanterns hanging on either side of the front porch, giving off this yellowish glow that barely penetrated the fog. I should have just kept driving. Every instinct told me to keep going. But something about that house drew my attention. I pulled over to the shoulder, leaving my engine running and my headlights on. I didn't get out. I just sat there staring at the house through my passenger window, trying to make sense of why there would be lit lanterns at an abandoned house in the middle of nowhere. That's when I saw movement in one of the upstairs windows, just a shadow passing from one side to the other. It was quick, but I definitely saw it. My heart started racing, and I was about to put the car back in drive when the front door of the house slowly creaked open. There was nothing but darkness beyond that door, pitch black, like a void. I sat frozen, unable to look away, when something emerged from the darkness. It wasn't exactly a person. I mean, it had a humanoid shape, but something was very wrong with the way it moved. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and completely covered in what looked like a tattered robe or cloak. I couldn't see a face, just darkness where a face should have been. The most disturbing thing was how it moved. It didn't walk. It glided, like its feet weren't touching the ground. It moved in this smooth, continuous motion that no human could possibly replicate. When it reached the bottom of the porch steps, it stopped and seemed to turn in my direction. I couldn't see eyes, but I could feel it staring at me. That's when the pure, primal fear kicked in. I fumbled with the gear shift, nearly putting it in the wrong gear before slamming my foot on the accelerator and speeding away, my tires kicking up gravel from the shoulder. I kept checking my rearview mirror, terrified I'd see that thing following me, but the house and its lanterns quickly disappeared in the fog. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the steering wheel straight. I was hyperventilating, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. After driving for what felt like forever through that dense fog, probably only 5 or 6 minutes in reality, the mist suddenly cleared, like completely cleared. 1 second I was surrounded by fog, and the next it was gone, revealing the empty highway bathed in moonlight. It was so abrupt that I actually gasped. For about 30 seconds I felt relief. The road ahead was clear. The woods didn't seem as threatening with the moonlight illuminating them, and I thought the worst was behind me. Then my headlights started to flicker. At first, it was just a quick dimming, like a brief power surge. Then they dimmed again, longer this time. My dashboard lights began to flicker too. The radio, which had been playing music this whole time, suddenly cut out with a burst of static. "No, no, no," I remember saying out loud as my engine started to sputter. The car jerked forward a few times before the engine died completely. I coasted to a stop on the shoulder, frantically turning the key in the ignition. The engine would turn over but wouldn't catch. I sat there in the silence, my breathing loud in my ears, trying not to panic. I tried my phone again, still no service. I was completely alone on this deserted highway with a dead car and no way to call for help. That's when I looked up and saw it. In the distance, maybe 100 yards ahead, standing in the middle of the road, was the same cloaked figure from the house. I blinked hard, hoping it was just my imagination, but it was definitely there. The moonlight seemed to dim around it, like it was absorbing the light somehow, and it was moving toward me, that same unnatural gliding motion, steady and deliberate. I locked all the doors and reclined my seat a bit, irrationally thinking that if I couldn't see it, it couldn't see me. But I couldn't help peeking over the dashboard as it got closer and closer. I tried starting the car again and again, but nothing happened. The figure stopped about 20 feet from my car. Close enough that I should have been able to make out details, but there was nothing to see beneath that cloak, just darkness. It raised what I assume was an arm and pointed directly at me. Then it spoke. I didn't hear it with my ears. It was like the voice was inside my head. It sounded distorted, like someone talking underwater with this weird echo effect. I couldn't understand the words, if they even were words, but the meaning somehow pierced through my consciousness. "Not your time, but I'll be waiting when it is." As soon as those words filled my head, my car's engine roared to life on its own. The headlights came back on at full brightness, and the radio resumed playing as if nothing had happened. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the car into drive and floored it, swerving around the figure, which didn't even try to move out of the way. As I passed it, I felt this intense cold spot, like driving through a freezer, before the night air returned to normal. I drove the rest of the way home without stopping once, constantly checking my mirrors, terrified that thing would somehow appear behind me. I made it back to Austin in record time, parking haphazardly in my apartment complex. I sprinted to my door, fumbling with my keys, and once inside I locked and deadbolted everything, even putting a chair against the door like they do in movies. I didn't sleep that night or the next. I called in sick to work for 2 days, unable to function. When I finally went back, I made up some story about food poisoning. I've spent countless hours researching Highway 46 since then. There are a few vague stories online about strange experiences on that road, unexplained car troubles, mysterious fog, even a couple mentions of a dark figure seen at night, but nothing as detailed as what I experienced. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do with this experience. I can't explain it, I can't forget it, and I definitely can't convince myself it wasn't real. I've taken the longer route every time I've had to go to San Antonio since then, adding an hour to my drive just to avoid Highway 46. Sometimes when I'm about to fall asleep, I hear that underwater voice in my head again. Not your time. And I wonder when it will be my time, and if that thing will actually be waiting for me when it comes. Story 2. I still don't know what to make of what happened to us last spring in Oakwood Canyon. I've been putting off writing about it because just thinking about it makes my skin crawl, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. It was mid-April, one of those perfect spring days when it's warm but not hot and everything is green and blooming. My friends Lily, Miguel, and I decided to go hiking in Oakwood Canyon. We're all in our mid-20s and have been friends since college. None of us are the ghost hunter type. Miguel is actually studying engineering, Lily works at a marketing firm, and I, Jason, work in IT. We're pretty logical people. We parked at the main lot around 10 in the morning and followed this overgrown dirt path I'd never noticed before. The trail was surrounded by this incredibly lush grass, and I remember there were ladybugs everywhere, like thousands of them. It was beautiful, but looking back, there was something unnatural about how many there were. After hiking for maybe 45 minutes, we came across this old house tucked away among these massive oak trees. It wasn't visible from the main trail, which is probably why I'd never noticed it before, despite hiking there several times. The house looked like it was from another time, a rectangular structure with wood-shingled roofing that was falling apart in places. The siding was also wooden and weathered to this grayish color that made it blend in with the surroundings. I guessed it was built sometime in the 20s or 30s. There was a small outhouse in the back, and the whole place had this forgotten feel to it. No signs, no fence, nothing to indicate it was protected or that we shouldn't go in. In hindsight, that should have been our first clue to leave it alone. "Should we check it out?" Miguel asked, already heading toward the front door, which was hanging off its hinges. I remember hesitating. "I don't know, man. What if someone lives here?" Lily laughed. "No one's lived here for decades, Jason. Look at it." She was right. The place was clearly abandoned. The windows were either broken or so dirty you couldn't see through them. The porch creaked dangerously under our weight. We pushed the door open, and the smell hit us immediately. That musty, damp smell of a place that's been closed up for years. The living room had an old sofa and armchair facing a brick fireplace. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there were cobwebs in every corner. The fabric on the furniture was so faded I couldn't tell what color it had originally been. Lily immediately started taking photos with her DSLR camera. She's always documenting everything. "This place is incredible," she whispered, almost reverently. Miguel and I continued exploring. There were 2 small bedrooms, both with metal bed frames with rusted springs, but no mattresses. The kitchen had cabinet doors hanging off rusted hinges, and an ancient refrigerator stood open and empty. We split up, which I now realize was our second mistake. Lily stayed in the living room taking photos. Miguel went to check out the outhouse, and I wandered into one of the bedrooms. I was looking at some old newspapers that had been used as insulation in the walls when we all heard it. A loud thump that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was like something massive had fallen, but it wasn't localized to any specific part of the house. I ran out of the bedroom and almost collided with Lily in the hallway. Her face was pale. "What the hell was that?" she whispered. "No idea. Where's Miguel?" Just then, Miguel burst through the front door, looking equally freaked out. "Did you guys hear that? It sounded like it came from inside." We all stood there, looking at each other, hearts racing. The house felt different suddenly, like it was aware of us. "It was probably just a branch falling on the roof," I said, trying to sound reasonable. "This place is old. Things settle." Miguel nodded, but he didn't look convinced. "Maybe we should go." Lily shook her head. "I haven't finished taking photos. It's just an old house, guys." After a few minutes of discussion, we convinced ourselves it was nothing to worry about and decided to stay. That was our third mistake. We went back to exploring, but more cautiously now. I returned to the bedroom I'd been in, still curious about those old newspapers. I leaned against the wall, trying to make out a date on one of the visible scraps. That's when it happened. 3 distinct, powerful thumps vibrated through the wall at my back. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't like something falling or the house settling. It felt deliberate, like someone was pounding on the other side of the wall with their fist. But there couldn't have been anyone there. The other side of that wall was the exterior of the house. I didn't even think. I just ran. I burst out the front door and found Lily and Miguel already standing in the yard, both looking as terrified as I felt. "Did you guys?" I started. "Yes," Lily cut me off. "We heard it too." "I was in the outhouse," Miguel said, his voice shaking slightly. I felt it more than heard it, like vibrations in the ground. We stood there in silence for a moment, all of us trying to process what had just happened. "Maybe it's not safe structurally," I suggested. "The foundation could be unstable." None of us believed that explanation, but it was better than the alternatives our minds were conjuring up. Lily looked disappointed. "I really wanted to finish documenting this place. I've only got the living room so far." I couldn't believe she wanted to go back in, but Miguel surprised me by agreeing with her. "We came all this way. Let's just finish quickly and then leave." I felt outnumbered, so I reluctantly agreed, but I insisted we stick together this time. We went back inside, and Lily continued taking photos while Miguel and I examined the brick fireplace, which was actually pretty impressive craftsmanship despite its age. After about 10 minutes, I realized I hadn't heard Lily moving around or the click of her camera for a while. "Lily," I called out, turning around. But she wasn't in the living room with us. Miguel looked concerned. "She was just here a minute ago." We called out for her, checking the bedrooms and kitchen, but there was no sign of her. I was starting to panic when Miguel suggested we check outside. We found her sitting in what must have been a flower garden once, now overgrown with weeds. She looked confused. "Why did you guys stop responding to me?" she asked, sounding genuinely puzzled. Miguel and I exchanged glances. "What are you talking about? We've been calling for you for the last 5 minutes." Lily shook her head. "No, I was calling for you guys. I kept asking questions about the fireplace and neither of you would answer me. It was like you couldn't hear me at all." "We were by the fireplace the whole time," I said slowly. "You disappeared." "I didn't disappear," she insisted. "I was right there with you, and then I came outside because you were ignoring me." We stood there in uncomfortable silence, each of us trying to make sense of what had happened. None of our stories matched up, but we were all equally convinced we were telling the truth. "I think we should go," Miguel finally said, and for once, none of us argued. We gathered our things and were about to head back down the trail when we heard it, the unmistakable ringing of an old rotary telephone. It was coming from inside the house, from the living room, but it wasn't a normal ring. It was distorted, like it was underwater or playing at the wrong speed, and there hadn't been a telephone in that house. We'd explored every room. "That's impossible," I whispered. Miguel suddenly slapped his forehead. "Shit, I left my camera on the mantel. I have to go back in." "Are you insane?" I hissed. "You heard that, right?" "There's no phone in there. It's probably just someone's cell phone with a weird ringtone," Lily suggested, but her voice was shaking. Miguel looked torn. "That camera was expensive, man. I can't just leave it." "Fine," I said, "but we all go together." We reluctantly went back inside, and the ringing stopped as soon as we crossed the threshold. Miguel grabbed his camera from the mantel while Lily and I stood nervously by the door. "Hurry up," I urged him. "You guys go ahead," he said, fiddling with his camera. "I'll be right behind you." Neither of us wanted to leave him, but we also didn't want to stay in that house a second longer than necessary. Lily went out first, and I lingered by the door, keeping an eye on Miguel. That's when I heard it, a rustling sound coming from inside the fireplace. I froze, watching as Miguel continued adjusting his camera settings, apparently oblivious to the noise. "Miguel," I said quietly, "do you hear that?" He looked up at me, confused. "Hear what?" The rustling grew louder, and then before I could even shout a warning, a brick, A whole brick launched itself out of the fireplace and smashed into the wall directly in front of me, leaving a dent in the plaster. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed like I've never screamed before. Miguel dropped his camera and ran. We both burst out the front door, nearly knocking Lily over in our haste. "What happened?" she demanded. But we were already running down the path, not stopping until we were a good 100 yards from the house. When I finally caught my breath enough to speak, I told them what I'd seen. Miguel confirmed that a brick had indeed flown across the room, but he thought I had thrown it at first. "Why would I throw a brick at the wall?" I asked, incredulous. He shrugged, still looking shaken. "I don't know, man, but bricks don't just fly by themselves." As we walked back toward the trail, I glanced back at the house one last time, and that's when I saw it. A flickering light, like candlelight, in the living room window, just for a split second, and then it was gone. I didn't tell Lily and Miguel. They were freaked out enough already, and Miguel was suggesting it might have been a homeless person staying there who was trying to scare us off. But I know what I saw in that house. I was alone in that room when the brick flew. There was nowhere for anyone to hide by the fireplace. It was open on all sides, and that phone, there was no phone. We haven't been back to Oakwood Canyon since that day. Lily developed her photos, but most of them came out strangely overexposed or blurry, except for a few exterior shots. Miguel's camera somehow got reset during our escape, and he lost whatever footage he had. I still can't explain what happened in that house. The thumps on the wall, the way Lily seemed to vanish while believing she was with us the whole time, the impossible telephone ringing, and that brick. I've run through every logical explanation, and none of them fit. Sometimes I think about going back, just to prove to myself that it was all somehow explainable. But then I remember the feeling I had in that house, the feeling of being watched, of something ancient and patient waiting for us to let our guard down. Whatever was in that abandoned house in Oakwood Canyon, it wasn't human, and I'm pretty sure it's still there, waiting for the next curious hikers to wander off the main trail. Story 3. I've never told this story in full before, not even to my own family, but it's time I finally get this off my chest because sometimes I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. When I was 12, my family moved to Nyssa, Oregon. My dad had gotten a new job, and my mom was excited about the charming historic home they'd found for a steal. It was a big yellow Victorian with peeling paint and a wraparound porch that creaked when you walked on it. I hated it from the moment I saw it. "It has character," my mom kept saying as we unloaded the U-Haul. I remember rolling my eyes. Character wasn't what I wanted. I wanted friends, and my old bedroom in the mall 15 minutes from our old house. The inside smelled like mothballs, and something else I couldn't place, something earthy and wrong. My brothers, Josh and Ethan, were 8 and 10, and they immediately claimed the basement bedroom with its twin beds and little window that looked out at ground level. I was secretly relieved. No way was I sleeping down there. I picked the small bedroom upstairs at the end of the hall, as far from the stairs as possible. That first night I couldn't sleep. The house made all these noises, not just normal settling sounds, but like something was moving around downstairs. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps on the stairs, heavy, slow footsteps that didn't sound like my parents or brothers. I pulled my blanket over my head and tried to convince myself it was just the house being old. Then my doorknob turned. I froze, too terrified to even breathe. The door opened slowly, and I felt a cold draft sweep across the room. Through a tiny gap in my blanket, I could see my door was wide open, but nobody was there, just darkness. And then the door closed again, the knob turning back into place with a soft click. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I told my mom what happened. She laughed and said, "Old houses make weird noises, Emma. You'll get used to it." But I never did. The basement was the worst part of the house. It had this main room where my brothers slept, a laundry area, and then this small door that led to what we called the cellar, basically a dirt-floored storage space under the oldest part of the house. The light in there was a single bulb hanging from a cord, and you had to walk in and pull the chain to turn it on. No way was I doing that. About a week after we moved in, my mom asked me to go wake up my brothers for breakfast. I stood at the top of the basement stairs, my hand frozen on the light switch. The stairs led down into complete darkness, and I swear I could feel something down there waiting. I called their names instead, yelling until my mom came and asked what was wrong. "I don't like the basement," I admitted. She sighed and went down herself. I heard her talking to my brothers, her voice echoing oddly against the stone walls. When they all came up, Josh was rubbing his eyes and said, "Emma, why didn't you come down? There was a lady standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at you." My blood turned to ice. "What lady?" He shrugged and grabbed a piece of toast. "I don't know. She went into the cellar when Mom came down." My mom just shook her head. "He was dreaming, Emma. There's nobody down there." But I knew better, and from then on, I avoided the basement completely, even when it meant wearing dirty clothes because I was too scared to do laundry. About a month after we moved in, my Aunt Lisa and my cousins came to visit for the weekend. My cousins, Lily and Mark, were around my age, and I was excited to finally have someone to hang out with. That Friday night, my mom and aunt decided to go out for adult time, leaving us kids with my dad, who promptly fell asleep watching TV. We decided to play hide and seek in the dark. It was Mark's idea, and at first I refused because no way was I wandering around that house in the dark, but they called me chicken, so I reluctantly agreed. The first few rounds were okay. We stuck to the main floor and upstairs. Then it was Lily's turn to hide. Mark counted while I kept watch to make sure she didn't cheat. I saw her hesitate at the basement door, then square her shoulders and head down. I wanted to stop her, to tell her not to go down there, but I didn't want to seem like a baby. Mark finished counting and we started searching. We checked all the usual spots, behind curtains, under beds, in closets. No Lily. Finally, I realized where she must be. "She went in the basement," I whispered to Mark. He headed for the stairs, but I grabbed his arm. "Wait, let me turn on the lights first." I flipped the switch, and the stairwell lit up. We went down slowly, calling Lily's name. The basement seemed empty. My brothers' beds were neatly made, and there was no sign of my cousin. "Lily?" Mark called. "Game's over. Come out." That's when we heard the scream. It came from the cellar, a high-pitched, terrified scream that made my skin crawl. Mark and I ran to the cellar door just as it burst open. Lily came flying out, her face pale as a ghost, tears streaming down her cheeks. "There's something in there," she sobbed, clinging to Mark. "Something horrible. I didn't want to ask, but I had to know." "What did you see?" She could barely speak through her sobs. It was like a brain, floating with this red light around the edges, and it started moving toward me. Mark laughed nervously. "You're making that up," but I knew she wasn't. The look of pure terror on her face was too real. We ran upstairs and woke up my dad, who grumbled but went down to check the cellar. He came back up looking annoyed. "There's nothing down there except old jars and cobwebs," he said. "You kids have too much imagination." That night, a storm hit. I remember lying in bed listening to the wind howling around the eaves, the rain lashing against my window. Lightning flashed, illuminating my room in brief electric bursts. During one flash, I saw something in the corner, a hunched shape that wasn't there when the light faded. I scrambled to turn on my bedside lamp, but when the light came on, the corner was empty. I didn't turn that light off again. I pushed my dresser in front of my door and huddled under my blankets until morning. The next day, Lily refused to play in the basement. She wouldn't even go near the door. My aunt thought she was being dramatic, but I understood completely. There was something wrong with that house, especially the cellar. After my aunt and cousins left, things got worse. My brothers started complaining about voices in the basement at night, whispers that seemed to come from the walls. My mum would find things moved around in the kitchen, cups taken out of cabinets, chairs rearranged. My dad's tools would disappear from his workbench, only to reappear days later in weird places like the bathtub or under couch cushions. One day, I came home from school to find my mom talking to a man in overalls in our kitchen. He was from the electric company, checking our wiring because our neighbors had complained about their lights flickering whenever ours did. He couldn't find anything wrong with the electrical system. As he was leaving, he paused at the door and turned to my mom. "Ma'am, has anything unusual happened in this house?" My mom stiffened. "What do you mean?" He shrugged uncomfortably. "Just the previous tenants reported some strange occurrences, electronics turning on and off by themselves, voices, shadow figures in the basement." My mom practically pushed him out the door, insisting everything was fine. But I saw the worry on her face. About 2 months after we moved in, I had the worst experience of all. I was home alone after school. My brothers had baseball practice and my mom was picking them up. Our dog, Beggar, was with me. He was normally this super timid cocker spaniel who hid under the bed during thunderstorms, but he was the only comfort I had in that house. I was in the kitchen doing homework when I heard my mom's voice calling from outside. "Emma? Emma, can you come help me?" I frowned. Mom shouldn't be home yet, but it was definitely her voice. I went to the back door and looked out. The yard was empty, but the voice called again, this time from near the old chicken coop at the edge of our property. "Emma, I need your help. Come here." Beggar started growling, something I'd never heard him do before. His hackles were up, and he was staring at the chicken coop with his teeth bared. "Mom," I called hesitantly. The voice changed then, becoming deeper, almost gravelly. "Emma, come here." Beggar went absolutely ballistic, barking and throwing himself against the door. I backed away, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Whatever was out there, it wasn't my mom. I ran upstairs and locked myself in my room, Beggar still barking downstairs. When my mom actually did come home 20 minutes later, I was still shaking. That night at dinner, I finally told my parents everything. The footsteps, the voices, what Josh had seen, what Lily had seen. I expected them to dismiss it all, but my mom got really quiet. Finally, she said, "Aunt Lisa brought something with her when she visited. I found it in the guest room after they left." She went to a drawer and pulled out a Ouija board. My dad exploded. "She brought that into our house with the kids here?" My mom nodded grimly. "I think she was using it in the basement. She's always been into that spiritual stuff." Suddenly, so many things made sense. The timing of when things got really bad. The way the entity had said I was called for when pretending to be my mom. We moved out 3 weeks later. My dad found a rental across town, and we left most of our furniture behind, taking only what we could fit in our cars. The night before we left, I had one last strange experience. I woke up around 2 in the morning to see a woman standing at the foot of my bed, but unlike the other presences in the house, she didn't feel threatening. She was dressed in old-fashioned clothes like a pioneer woman, with a long skirt and her hair in a bun. She seemed solid, not like a ghost at all. She put her finger to her lips, then turned toward my bedroom door, spreading her arms as if to block something from entering. I heard scratching on the other side of the door, then a low growl that made my blood freeze. The woman didn't move, just stood there with her arms spread. After what seemed like forever, the scratching stopped. The woman turned back to me, nodded once, and then she was gone. We left the next morning. I never went back to the yellow house, not even to drive by it. Years later, I found out from a local history buff that the house had been built in the 1870s by a family who lost 3 children to diphtheria. In the 1920s, it had been used as a boarding house, and one of the tenants had been heavily involved in seances and spirit communication. In the 1960s, the owner had reportedly been part of some occult group that held meetings in the cellar. I'm 30 now, and I still can't sleep with my bedroom door open. I still check closets before I go to bed, and I still wonder about that pioneer woman, who she was and why she protected me when so many other things in that house seemed to want to harm us. Sometimes I think about the family who lives there now, and I wonder if they've experienced the same things. Part of me wants to warn them, but another part knows they'd never believe me. Nobody ever does until they've spent a night in the yellow house. Story 4. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I've been sitting here trying to write this down so many times, but my hands start shaking every time. I haven't slept more than a couple hours at a stretch since that night. I keep thinking I'll wake up back there. I need to tell someone about this, even if nobody believes me. I was moving from Flagstaff to Portland for a fresh start after my divorce. Nothing fancy, just me, my old Honda Civic packed with whatever would fit, and a simple 3-day drive plan. The first day started normal enough. I left around 9 in the morning, stopping only for gas and bathroom breaks, determined to make good time. Around 7 that evening, the sun was setting, casting these long shadows across the highway. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, just me and the open road, watching the desert landscape change colors in the fading light. Traffic had been thinning out for hours, but I didn't really think much of it at first. That stretch of highway can get pretty desolate. By 8:30, it was fully dark, and I realized I hadn't seen another car in over an hour. Not a single pair of headlights in either direction. I turned on the radio to keep me company, but all I could get was static. Then my phone lost signal. Still, I wasn't worried. These things happen in remote areas. The real trouble started around 10 o'clock. My GPS, which had been working perfectly all day, suddenly froze and then went completely black. I tapped the screen, unplugged it, tried restarting it. Nothing worked. I wasn't too concerned though. I had a general idea of where I was heading, and I figured I'd eventually hit a town or at least see some other cars. By midnight, I was starting to get genuinely uneasy. The road seemed to stretch endlessly ahead, with no signs, no mile markers, nothing to indicate where I was or how far I'd gone. The stars overhead were unusually bright, but they didn't look quite right somehow, like they were arranged in patterns I'd never seen before. Around 1 in the morning, I spotted something on the side of the road. As I got closer, I saw it was a car, an old station wagon, rusted and partially sitting in a ditch. It looked like it had been there for years. I should have just kept driving, but after hours of seeing nothing, I was desperate for some sign that I wasn't completely alone out there. I pulled over, grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, and got out. The night air was cold, much colder than it should have been for Arizona in September. There was this weird silence too, like the desert had swallowed all sound. No insects, no wind, nothing. The abandoned car was in worse shape up close. 80s model, rust eating through the body, windows clouded with dust. The driver's door was slightly ajar. I shone my light inside and saw the seats were torn up, stuffing spilling out like someone had taken a knife to them. The dashboard was cracked, and there was what looked like old dried stains on the steering wheel. Something caught my eye in the passenger seat, a folded piece of paper. I reached in and grabbed it, my hand brushing against the seat. It felt wrong, damp and cold when it should have been dry and hot from sitting in the desert. I unfolded the paper to find a map. Not a normal road map, though. The roads didn't match any I knew, and they curved and twisted in ways that made no sense. Some of them seemed to loop back on themselves or vanish completely. In the center was a place labeled Raven's Hollow, circled in what looked like red ink, but had a rusty, brownish quality to it. That's when I noticed the smell, like something rotting and metallic at the same time. My flashlight flickered, and I swear I heard something move inside the car. I stumbled backward, nearly falling into the ditch. I didn't wait around to investigate further. I ran back to my car, threw the map on the passenger seat, and peeled out so fast I left rubber on the asphalt. My heart was pounding as I drove, constantly checking my rearview mirror, though I wasn't sure what I was looking for. After about 15 minutes, I started to calm down. I told myself it was just an abandoned car, nothing supernatural about it. The map was strange, but probably just some homemade thing drawn by a kid or someone with no cartography skills. I drove for another half hour or so, the road continuing to stretch before me with no signs of civilization. That's when things got impossible. My headlights flickered just for a second, and when they came back on, there was something ahead on the side of the road. As I got closer, my stomach dropped. It was the same abandoned station wagon I'd just left miles behind. I slammed on my brakes, skidding to a stop about 50 feet away from it. This couldn't be happening. I must have somehow gotten turned around, driving in circles. But I knew that wasn't possible. I'd been on a straight highway the entire time, never taking any exits or turns. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. The clock on my dashboard read 2:47. I put the car in gear and drove past the abandoned vehicle, speeding up to put as much distance between us as possible. After driving for what felt like 20 minutes, I glanced at the clock again. Still 2:47. I tapped it, thinking it must be broken. That's when my headlights flickered again. And there it was. The same damn car, in the same damn ditch. I started to panic. This was physically impossible. I was going at least 70 miles per hour. There was no way I could be seeing the same car again. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I was hallucinating from exhaustion. This time, I didn't stop. I drove past it, pressing my foot harder on the gas pedal, pushing my old Civic faster than I'd ever driven it before. The engine whined in protest as I hit 90, then 100. The headlights flickered again. The station wagon appeared ahead. I screamed and pounded the steering wheel. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I checked the clock again, still 2:47. I'd been driving for at least an hour since I first noticed the time, but it hadn't changed. That's when the radio suddenly turned on by itself. Static filled the car, then slowly resolved into a voice. A woman's voice, but hollow and distant, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. "You've been chosen," she said, the words cutting through the static. "The road won't let you leave." I jabbed at the power button, but the voice continued. "We've been waiting for someone like you, someone alone, someone no one will miss right away." "Who are you?" I shouted, knowing it was crazy to talk to a radio. "What do you want?" The static increased, drowning out whatever response might have come. Then it cleared again, and the voice said, "Welcome to Raven's Hollow." I looked up and saw a sign I hadn't noticed before, illuminated by my headlights. A weathered wooden board with crude lettering, "Welcome to Raven's Hollow, population waiting for you." My car began to slow down, even though my foot was still pressing the gas pedal to the floor. The engine sputtered and died as I coasted to a stop directly in front of the sign. I tried to restart it. Nothing, not even a click. That's when I noticed them, shapes moving in the darkness beyond my headlights. Tall, impossibly thin figures with limbs too long for their bodies, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. They were coming toward my car from all directions, emerging from the desert darkness like they'd been there all along, watching and waiting. I locked the doors and reached for my phone, but it was dead now too. The figures surrounded my car, dozens of them, their skin a pale gray in the moonlight. They had no features I could make out, just vague suggestions of faces with deep black hollows where eyes should be. One of them approached my window. It was taller than the others, its limbs so thin they looked like they might snap with the slightest pressure. It leaned down, pressing what passed for its face against my window. Then it opened. What I had thought was a featureless face split into a wide, gaping maw filled with needle-like teeth. It wasn't a smile. It was too wide, too wrong. But it conveyed a horrible kind of pleasure. I screamed and scrambled to the passenger side, but there was another one there, and another at the back window. They were everywhere, pressing against the glass, their bodies making soft, scratching sounds as they moved. The radio crackled again. "You've been chosen," the voice repeated. "Your journey has just begun." I felt lightheaded, the edges of my vision going dark. The last thing I remember seeing was that terrible grinning face pressed against my window, and those teeth, so many teeth, as consciousness slipped away from me. I woke up behind the wheel of my car, driving down that same stretch of highway. The clock on my dashboard read 2:47. My headlights illuminated an empty road stretching ahead of me. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare. Then my headlights flickered, and there was the station wagon in the ditch. I've lost count of how many times I've passed that car now. I've tried turning around, tried driving off the road into the desert, Tried stopping and waiting for dawn. Nothing works. The headlights always flicker, and I'm back on the same stretch of road, the clock frozen at 2:47. Sometimes I see the figures in my peripheral vision standing just beyond the reach of my headlights. Sometimes the radio turns on by itself, that woman's voice, whispering things I try not to understand. I don't know how I got away, or if I ever really did. The map is still on my passenger seat, the red circle around Raven's Hollow seeming to grow larger each time I look at it. I'm writing this during one of my loops, frantically typing on my phone before the headlights flicker again. If you're reading this, it means I found a way to send it out somehow. Please, if you're driving at night and see an old station wagon on the side of the road, don't stop, don't look at it. Just keep driving and don't look back. And if your clock ever stops at 2:47, turn around immediately. Get off that road any way you can, because I think I'm still driving that same stretch of highway, passing that same abandoned car over and over. And sometimes, in the rearview mirror, I see my own face pressed against the back window, grinning with too many teeth. Story 5. It was supposed to be a standard Denver to St. Louis run. Nothing special about it, just hauling industrial equipment that needed to be there by morning. I'd done this route dozens of times before, but something felt off right from the start. When I checked in at the dispatch office, Marcy, who's usually calm and collected, seemed really on edge. Her hands were shaking when she handed me the paperwork. I asked her if everything was okay, and she just mumbled something about how they'd had trouble finding drivers for this particular route lately. I didn't think much of it at the time, figured it was just company drama I didn't need to get involved in. I left Denver around 3 in the afternoon. It was a clear day, good driving conditions. I remember thinking I'd make great time. The plan was to drive straight through, maybe stop once for coffee and a bathroom break. I'd done longer hauls on less sleep before. Everything was normal until I hit eastern Colorado, right around when the sun was starting to set. The traffic had thinned out considerably, just me and the occasional car. That's when I spotted the first weird thing. A semi pulled over on the shoulder about half a mile ahead. As I got closer, I could see a figure standing beside it, just standing there. Not doing anything, not checking the tires, not looking under the hood, just standing and watching the road. As I passed by, I slowed down a bit to see if they needed help. The figure, I think it was a man, but I couldn't be sure because of the fading light, just turned his head and watched me drive by. Didn't wave, didn't signal for help, just stared. I still remember the chill that ran down my spine. Through my rearview mirror, I watched as the figure remained motionless, following my truck with his gaze until I couldn't see him anymore. I shook it off. In this line of work, you meet all kinds of strange people. I turned up the radio and kept driving. About an hour later, it was fully dark. I was making good time, cruising at a steady 65 miles per hour. There was hardly anyone else on the road by this point. Then I noticed headlights behind me, gaining quickly. It was another semi, and for some reason, it made me uneasy. It pulled into the left lane to pass me, and as it drew alongside, I glanced over. What I saw still haunts me. The driver looked wrong. His skin was pale, almost gray in the dashboard lights, and his eyes, God, his eyes were wide open but completely vacant. He looked dead, honestly, but he was driving. And as his truck pulled ahead of mine, he turned his head, too slowly, like it took enormous effort, and looked directly at me. Our eyes met for just a second, but it felt like an eternity. I'm not easily spooked, but that look sent ice through my veins. It was like he recognized me, but there was no humanity behind those eyes. Once his truck was about 50 yards ahead of me, I reached for my CB radio. I hadn't used it much on this trip since the highway was so empty, but suddenly I needed to hear another human voice. Breaker 19, this is Red Hawk. Anybody out there tonight? I said, using my old handle from when I first started driving. Static crackled for a few seconds, and then a voice came through, faint and broken up. Turn around while you can. I thought I'd misheard. Come again? You breaking up there, good buddy. More static, then clearer this time. This road isn't safe after dark, not tonight. Who is this? I asked, but there was no response, just more static. I was about to try again when another voice cut in, this one so clear it was like the person was sitting next to me. He's already seen you, Samuel. My blood went cold. I never gave my real name over the CB ever. It's just something you don't do. I put the radio down and focused on driving. The truck that had passed me earlier was nowhere to be seen, despite the straight, flat road ahead. It should have been visible, but it had vanished. That's when the fog rolled in. I've driven through plenty of fog banks in my time, but this was different. It didn't gradually thicken. It was like hitting a wall. 1 second clear night, the next second pea soup thick that my headlights could barely penetrate. I slowed down to 40, then 30, keeping my eyes glued to the white line on the edge of the road. The fog was so dense, I couldn't even see the center line. I thought about pulling over, but something told me that would be a bad idea. Very bad. After about 10 minutes of this white-knuckle driving, the fog thinned just enough for me to make out a shape ahead. Taillights. It was that same truck. I'd swear on my life it was the same one that had passed me earlier. But how? I never saw it again after it passed me, and I never stopped or pulled over. How could it be in front of me now? I kept my distance, hanging back about 100 yards. Then the fog thickened again, and I lost sight of the tail lights. When it cleared slightly, maybe 2 minutes later, the truck was gone again. I drove for another 20 minutes like this, with the truck appearing and disappearing in the fog ahead of me. It never got farther away, and I never got closer to it. Even though we both seemed to be moving at the same speed, it was like being stuck in some kind of loop. Then I saw it again, but this time it was on the side of the road, exactly like the first truck I'd seen back in Colorado. Same position, same everything, and there was a figure standing beside it, watching the road. I'm not ashamed to admit I was scared by this point, really scared. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my rig as fast as I dared in the fog. That's when my engine died. No sputter, no warning lights, nothing. 1 second I'm doing 60, the next I'm coasting in a 20-ton paperweight. I guided the truck to the shoulder as it slowed, cursing under my breath. I tried the ignition again. Nothing, not even a click. I sat there for a minute, trying to figure out what to do. I reached for my cell phone to call for roadside assistance, but there was no signal. Of course. Then I heard it, a knock on my driver's side window. Tap, 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 slow and deliberate, like someone using their knuckles. I froze. Through the fog-streaked glass, I couldn't make out who or what was outside, just a dark shape. Tap, 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 again. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The tapping stopped. Then, footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps circling around the front of my truck to the passenger side. Tap, tap, tap. Now on the passenger window. Every instinct screamed at me not to look, so I didn't. I stared straight ahead, hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The CB radio suddenly crackled to life, making me jump. "Samuel Reed," the voice said, clear as day. "You need to keep going. Don't stop again until morning. Don't look outside. Drive." I didn't question it. I turned the key again, and miraculously, the engine roared to life. I put it in gear and pulled back onto the highway, heart pounding in my chest. The fog started to thin, and I could see headlights in my rear-view mirror. They were gaining on me quickly, too quickly. Then, about a quarter mile ahead, I saw it, that same damn truck, parked sideways across both lanes, blocking the road completely. I had seconds to decide what to do. There was no way around on the road itself. The truck spanned both lanes. To the right was a steep ditch, to the left, a concrete barrier. The headlights behind me were almost on my tail now. I could feel the pressure, like whatever was driving was pushing me toward that blockade. In a split-second decision, I yanked the wheel to the right and hit the gas. My truck bounced hard as the right wheels went into the ditch, but I kept it moving, half on the road, half off, scraping along the barrier. Metal screamed against concrete, but I didn't slow down. As I passed the truck blocking the road, I caught a glimpse of the driver, the same lifeless eyes, the same gray face, but this time his mouth was open in what looked like a silent scream. Once past the blockade, I pulled my rig back fully onto the road and floored it. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I drove like hell was chasing me because for all I knew, it was. I didn't stop until I reached a truck stop just outside St. Louis, well after sunrise. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely put the truck in park. The side of my rig was scraped to hell, paint stripped down to bare metal in some spots. When I finally checked my phone, I had 3 missed calls from dispatch. Apparently, they'd been trying to reach me all night. The last driver who'd taken that route had gone missing 2 weeks earlier. His truck was found abandoned on the side of the road in eastern Colorado. No sign of the driver. I quit that company the next day. I still drive trucks, but I take different routes now, even if it means longer hauls. I refuse to drive that stretch of highway again, especially at night. Sometimes when I'm driving alone and it's quiet, I swear I can hear that tapping on my window. Tap, tap, tap. And in my rearview mirror, just for a split second, I'll catch a glimpse of headlights that seem to appear out of nowhere. I don't know what happened to me that night. I don't know who or what was on that road. All I know is that something was hunting me. And somehow, I got away. But I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, waiting for me to drive that route again. I've never told anyone this story before. They'd think I was crazy. Hell, sometimes I think I am. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. And I know I'm never going back to that highway again. Story 6. I never wanted to move back to my grandmother's house in Ravenswood, not because I don't love her, I do more than anyone, but because I knew what was waiting for me there. I guess I should explain that I come from a long line of women who've had abilities. My mom called it the sight before she passed, and apparently it goes back generations on the maternal side of our family. My grandmother had it too, though she'd shut it down years ago. Nothing good comes from talking to the dead, she told me once when I was little, after I mentioned the old man in a suit who kept showing up in her kitchen. I didn't understand then. I do now. So when my apartment lease ended 3 months ago, and Gran offered me the spare room, I was hesitant. I'd been seeing things more frequently. Deceased relatives mostly, sometimes strangers, and the encounters were getting more intense. But I was broke, and Gran was alone, so I packed up and moved into the old Victorian that's been in our family for 4 generations. The first week was fine. I kept my episodes to myself, and Gran pretended not to notice when I'd suddenly stare at empty corners or flinch at nothing. Her 3 German shepherds, Max, Duke, and Bella, seemed happy to have me around, especially since I'd take them for long walks when Gran's arthritis was acting up. It was during the 2nd week that I noticed something was off. I'd taken some photos of the house to send to my friend Amy, who's into old architecture. When I looked at them later, there was a dark figure standing at the top of the basement stairs in one of the shots. Not just a shadow or a smudge, a person-shaped darkness with what looked like eyes. I deleted the photo immediately, mistake number 1. Over the next few days, more photos showed the same figure, always near the basement, always watching. I started feeling a heaviness in the house, like the air itself had thickened. It was worst near the basement door, which led to a bedroom that Gran had converted years ago for when my uncle visited. He never does anymore, and now I wonder if that's why. I asked Gran about the basement room casually over dinner. "Oh, that old room? Nobody uses it now," she said, not meeting my eyes. "The dogs won't go down there anymore." That should have been my warning sign. 3 trained German shepherds that wouldn't set foot in that room. But I brushed it off, thinking they just didn't like the basement steps or something. Then the banging started. It was always at night, always around 3 in the morning, loud, deliberate knocks on the basement bedroom door, from the inside. The first time I heard it, I bolted upright in bed, heart pounding. I convinced myself it was the pipes or the house settling. Old houses make noise, right? But then I heard the doorknob turning, jiggling, like someone was trying to get out. The dogs started howling from Gran's room, and I pulled my covers up to my chin like a scared kid. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I checked the basement door. It was locked, key still on the hook in the kitchen where it always hung. I told myself I'd imagined it all, that I was still adjusting to the house. That evening, I was alone while Gran went to her bridge club. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard a deep, gravelly voice say, "Hello," right next to my ear. I jumped so hard I knocked over my tea. There was nobody there, of course. The dogs, who had been lying at my feet, were now standing alert, hackles raised, staring at something behind me that I couldn't see. I got up and turned on every light in the house. When I went to my bedroom to grab my phone, the air felt different, heavier, colder. There was breathing coming from the corner of my room. Not loud, just there. Regular, deep breaths that weren't mine. The dogs refused to follow me in, whining and pacing at the doorway instead. When Gran came home, I was sitting on the front porch with the dogs, pretending I just wanted some fresh air. I didn't tell her what happened. I didn't want her to worry, or worse, think I was losing it. But that night, I pushed my dresser in front of my bedroom door and slept with the lights on. The breathing returned around 2 a.m. This time, there was a low growling too, unlike any sound the dogs would make. It circled my bed slowly, and I could feel eyes on me even though I couldn't see anyone. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen. Eventually, I managed to whisper a prayer my grandmother had taught me when I was young. The sound stopped, but the presence remained until dawn broke. I knew then that whatever was in the house was getting stronger. It wasn't just appearing in photos anymore, it was manifesting physically, making noise, affecting the environment, and it seemed to be focused on me. The next day, I tried to go about my normal routine. I took the dogs for a walk, but felt watched the entire time. My eyes kept watering for no reason, and I had goosebumps despite the warm weather. It felt like something was constantly right behind me, just over my shoulder. The dogs sensed it too, keeping close to me and looking back frequently, growling at nothing. When we returned home, Gran was in the kitchen making lunch. "You look terrible," she said bluntly. "Not sleeping?" I broke down then, told her everything. The figure in the photos, the banging, the voice, the breathing in my room. I expected her to dismiss it or suggest I see a doctor. Instead, she went very still, her hands gripping the counter until her knuckles turned white. "It's back," was all she said. That night, Gran insisted we sleep in the same room. She took the spare bed in my room and we left the lights on. The dogs piled in with us, though they still seemed uneasy. Around midnight, the banging started again, louder this time, more insistent. The basement door handle rattled violently. One of the dogs began to howl and the others joined in. "Don't acknowledge it," Gran whispered. "It feeds on attention and fear." But ignoring it was impossible when my closet door slowly opened on its own and cold air rushed out like someone had opened a freezer. Gran grabbed my hand and started reciting prayers under her breath. The temperature dropped so low I could see our breath, and the light bulb in my bedside lamp shattered. We didn't sleep at all that night. By morning, we were exhausted and terrified. Gran finally admitted that she'd experienced similar things when she was younger, but had found ways to shut down her abilities and block the entity out. "It was easier for me," she explained. "Your gift is stronger than mine ever was. It's drawn to you." That day was relatively quiet. I helped Gran with chores, trying to keep busy, trying not to think about what would happen when night fell again. We didn't discuss what to do next. I think we were both afraid of saying it out loud, making it more real somehow. That evening, I was helping Gran fold laundry when she suddenly clutched her throat and fell back in her chair, gasping for air. Her eyes were wide with terror, fixed on something above her. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel a presence, cold, angry, oppressive. "Our Father who art in heaven," Gran choked out, struggling to breathe. "Hallowed be thy name." I grabbed her hands, joining in the prayer, feeling utterly helpless as she fought for breath. After what felt like forever, she took a deep, shuddering inhale, and whatever had been there seemed to retreat. She told me she'd woken up feeling like someone was choking her and had seen a dark figure standing over her bed. That was it for me. This thing had crossed a line going after my grandmother. I was scared, yeah, but now I was also furious. The next morning I went down to the basement to do laundry. The dogs refused to follow, as usual. The basement bedroom door was closed, as it always was, but this time I felt drawn to it. In the harsh daylight streaming through the small ground-level windows, I felt braver. As I loaded the washing machine, I sensed something watching me. Slowly I turned around. There, in broad daylight, was the figure I'd only glimpsed in photographs before, a dark, human-shaped shadow standing in the corner. In the night, it had always been just a silhouette, a shape standing in the corner of my room, but now I could see it clearly, and it was looking right at me. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was lack of sleep, or the memory of my grandmother struggling to breathe, but something in me snapped. "You listen to me, you piece of shit," I hissed, stepping toward it. "This is our house. You can mess with me all you want, but you leave my grandmother alone. You understand? She's done nothing to you. You touch her again and I swear to God I'll find a way to destroy you." The figure didn't move, but the air around it seemed to pulse with anger. I turned my back on it, probably stupid, and bent down to put more clothes in the washer. That's when the basement bedroom door slammed shut with such force that the walls shook. I ran upstairs so fast I tripped twice, the dogs barking frantically as I burst into the kitchen. Gran was waiting, face pale. "You confronted it, didn't you?" she asked quietly. I nodded, still shaking. "Your mother did the same thing before she left this house. It doesn't like to be challenged." That night was the worst yet. It didn't make noise anymore. No banging, no growling, no whispering. Instead, it stood at the foot of my bed all night, watching. I could feel its eyes on me even when I closed mine. Sometimes it would reach out, not quite touching me, but close enough that I could feel the cold radiating from it. The dog stayed with Gran, refusing to enter my room at all now. It's been 2 weeks since then. The entity is always here now, watching, waiting. It follows me everywhere in the house. Gran says we need to find someone who knows how to deal with this kind of thing. But who do you even call? A priest? A medium? I've researched online, but nothing seems legitimate. Last night I woke up to find it standing inches from my face, so close I could feel its cold breath on my cheek. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It reached out and touched my hair, just for a second. That's when I knew. It's getting stronger, more physical. And it's fixated on me because of my gift, the same one that's been passed down through generations of women in my family. I'm writing this all down because I don't know what else to do. I haven't slept properly in days. The entity is here now, watching me type this. I can feel it right behind me, its cold presence making the hair on my neck stand up. The dogs are barking from the other room, warning me. I don't know how much longer I can stay in this house, but I can't leave Gran alone with it either, and part of me fears it would follow me anyway. It's attached itself to me somehow. Tonight, Gran and I are going to try a cleansing ritual she remembers from her mother. I don't know if it will work. All I know is that something has to change, because I can feel it getting closer, bolder, more determined. And whatever it wants from me, I don't think it's anything good. Story 7. I never told this to anyone outside my family because I know how crazy it sounds. But it's been almost 6 years, and I still think about it constantly. I honestly don't know what was happening in our old apartment, but I know what I heard and saw, and I know it wasn't just my imagination. Back in 2017, I was 8 years old, living with my mom in this renovated button factory in a small town in Pennsylvania. The building was super old, like at least 100 years old. The landlord had converted it into apartments, and we lived on the first floor in a 2-bedroom unit. It wasn't fancy or anything, but it was home. Our apartment had this weird layout. My bedroom was tiny, almost like a closet, and it was right next to the bathroom. That bathroom, God, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It had this foam tile ceiling, you know, those lightweight squares that just sit on a metal grid, the kind you can push up if you need to access pipes or whatever above it. The whole building made noises all the time. The foundation was settling or something. That's what my mom always said. Creaking, cracking. all that stuff you'd expect from an old building. During the day, it was whatever. I didn't even notice it anymore after a while. But at night was different. I was always afraid of the dark as a kid, but that bathroom scared me more than anything else. When all the lights were off, it was pitch black in there, like couldn't see your hand in front of your face black. My mom got me a nightlight for my room, but for some reason, we never put one in the bathroom. I guess she thought I'd just turn the light on if I needed to go in the middle of the night. This one night in October, I remember because Halloween decorations were up in town. I couldn't sleep. It was probably around 11 o'clock, and my mom was already asleep in her room. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I started getting this weird feeling, like when you feel like someone's watching you. It was that, but worse. I rolled over to face my door, which was always left open a crack so some light from the living room would come in. Through that crack, I could see the bathroom door, which was wide open. I don't know why, but I couldn't stop staring into that darkness. It felt like something in there was staring back at me. Then I heard it, a scratching sound. At first I thought it was just the building making its usual noises. But this was different. It was coming specifically from the bathroom ceiling. It sounded like fingernails dragging slowly across the underside of those foam tiles. I pulled my blanket up to my chin, unable to look away from the bathroom doorway. The scratching stopped for a minute, and I thought maybe I had imagined it, but then it started again, and this time it was more like skittering, like something was moving back and forth really fast above the ceiling. Way too fast and loud to be mice or rats. This was bigger. I wanted to call for my mom, but I was literally frozen with fear. My throat felt tight, and I couldn't make a sound. All I could do was lie there and listen as the skittering got faster and louder. It was moving all around the bathroom ceiling now, like whatever was up there was excited or agitated. And then, I swear on everything I care about, I heard a giggle, a quiet, high-pitched giggle, like a little boy trying not to laugh too loud. It came from directly above the shower area. I remember thinking very clearly, there are no little boys living in our building. The apartments around us had a couple of older women and a middle-aged guy who lived alone. No kids at all. The giggle happened again, a little louder this time, followed by more scratching. I started crying silently, tears running down my face and soaking into my pillow. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stare into that dark bathroom doorway, terrified of what might come out of it. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It felt like forever, but it was probably an hour or so. Finally, my mom woke up to use the bathroom and found me lying there, wide-eyed and terrified, my face wet with tears. "Marcus, what's wrong, honey?" she asked, turning on my bedroom light. I remember my voice shaking as I told her about the noises and the giggling. She looked concerned but tried to reassure me it was just the building settling or maybe the wind. She let me sleep in her bed that night, and eventually I drifted off, feeling safer with her there. The next morning, I was almost convinced it had been a nightmare. Almost. My mom had already left for work, and I was getting ready for school when I went into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I glanced up at the ceiling and felt my heart stop. One of the ceiling tiles above the shower, the exact spot where I'd heard the giggling, had been pushed aside. It was moved just enough to create a small, dark gap, maybe a few inches wide. Through that gap, I could see nothing but blackness, but I knew what it was, a crawl space that ran above the entire apartment building, and based on how high our ceilings were, I figured it had to be about 3 feet tall up there. Plenty of room for someone to move around. I backed out of the bathroom, grabbed my mom's phone from the kitchen counter, and called her at work. I was crying so hard she could barely understand me, but when she finally got what I was saying, she told me to go to our neighbor Mrs. Kowalski's apartment and wait there until she came home. My mom called the landlord as soon as she got back. He came over that same afternoon, a ladder tucked under his arm. I watched from the hallway as he climbed up and poked his head into the crawl space, shining a flashlight around. "I don't see anything unusual up here," he said after a few minutes. "Just some old pipes and dust. No signs of animals or anything else. When my mom mentioned the moved ceiling tile, he shrugged it off. Probably just the wind. These old buildings have weird air currents sometimes. The HVAC system can create pressure changes that move the lighter tiles. I knew that was complete bullshit. Our bathroom was tucked away in the interior of the apartment with basically no ventilation. There was no way wind or air currents had moved that tile. Besides, the tile hadn't fallen down or been pushed from below. It had clearly been shoved aside from inside the crawl space. My mom seemed to believe him, though. Or maybe she just wanted to believe him because the alternative was too scary to think about. She thanked him, and he left after putting the tile back in place. That night, I refused to sleep in my room. I dragged my blankets and pillow to the couch in the living room, as far from the bathroom as I could get. My mom didn't argue. I think she could see how genuinely terrified I was. The next morning, the first thing I did was check the bathroom ceiling. The tile was moved again. Not as much as before, just about an inch to the side, but definitely moved. I showed my mom, and this time she looked worried. She called the landlord again, but he just repeated his theory about air pressure and suggested we tape the tile down if it bothered us that much. So that's what we did. Mom helped me use clear packing tape to secure the tile to the metal grid. I felt a little better after that, thinking whatever was up there couldn't move the tile anymore. I was wrong. The next morning, the tape was torn and hanging loose, and the tile was pushed aside again, this time even farther than before. The gap was now big enough that someone could easily look down through it, or reach down through it. This became our new normal for the next few months. Every single day, I would find that same tile moved, no matter what we did to secure it. We tried different types of tape, even glue at one point. Nothing worked. Whatever was up there wanted that tile moved, and it always got its way. The scratching and skittering continued almost every night. Sometimes it was just brief, a quick scuffle across the ceiling. Other times it would go on for hours, moving from one end of the bathroom to the other. The giggling happened less frequently, maybe once or twice a week, but it was always the same. A young boy's stifled laugh, like he was playing hide and seek and trying not to give away his position. I stopped using our bathroom altogether. I'd either hold it until I got to school or use the common area bathroom in the building's lobby. I brushed my teeth at the kitchen sink. When I absolutely had to shower, my mom would stand right outside the door, talking to me the whole time so I wouldn't freak out. After about 4 months of this, my mom finally convinced the landlord to let us move to a different unit in the building. There was a slightly bigger apartment available on the second floor, and we jumped at the chance to take it. Moving day was one of the happiest days of my life. As we carried the last of our stuff out, I looked back at that bathroom and the ceiling tile, which was, of course, pushed aside as usual. I remember thinking that whatever lived up there would have to find someone else to torment now. Our new apartment was much better. The layout was more open, with the bathroom nowhere near my bedroom. The ceiling in there was solid drywall, no tiles, no access to any crawl space. For the first time in months, I started sleeping through the night again. About a week after we moved, we ran into the tenant who moved into our old apartment, a college student who seemed nice enough. My mom asked her how she was settling in, and she mentioned that the building made some strange noises at night. Especially in the bathroom, she said. It sounds like something's running around up there, and call me crazy, but sometimes I swear I hear someone laughing. My mom changed the subject quickly, but I saw the look on her face. She finally believed me. I'm 14 now, and we moved to a different town a couple years ago. But I still think about that crawl space and what might have been up there. Sometimes I wonder if I should have been braver, if I should have climbed up and looked for myself. But honestly, I'm glad I didn't. Whatever was moving that tile and making those sounds, whatever was giggling above our shower, I don't think it wanted to be found. And the thing that still haunts me the most? The day we moved out, as I was taking one last look at that bathroom, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There were small fingerprints in the dust on the underside of the moved ceiling tile. Small, like a child's, and they weren't pointing down into the bathroom. They were pointing up into the darkness. Story 8. I've always been a city person. Born and raised in Philadelphia, I was used to the constant noise, traffic, sirens, people shouting, music blaring from cars. But after 5 years working 60-hour weeks at a marketing firm, I was burned out. The noise that once felt like home now grated on my nerves. I needed quiet. I needed space. I needed to breathe. That's why I decided to take a solo hiking trip to Pine Hollow in the Appalachian Mountains last October. It was supposed to be a 3-day getaway, just me reconnecting with nature, clearing my head. I'd done plenty of day hikes before, but this would be my first overnight trip. I wasn't worried though. I had all the right gear, a detailed trail map, and I'd told my sister exactly where I'd be. I remember how perfect that morning felt when I arrived at the trailhead. The air was crisp, leaves crunching under my boots, that earthy autumn smell everywhere. The parking lot only had 2 other cars, which was exactly what I wanted. Solitude without being completely alone in the wilderness. The first few hours on the trail were exactly what I needed. I listened to birds calling to each other, watched squirrels darting between trees, even spotted a deer about 50 yards off the path. The physical exertion felt good after months of sitting at a desk. My muscles burned in a satisfying way as I climbed higher into the mountains. Around 2 in the afternoon, I noticed something strange. The forest was getting quieter. At first, I thought it was just me focusing on the hike, but then I realized the bird calls had stopped. Even the wind seemed to die down. By 3 o'clock, when I was deep into Pine Hollow, there was nothing. Absolute silence. It wasn't peaceful like I'd wanted. It felt wrong, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I tried to shake off the feeling. Maybe it was just the time of day, or maybe the higher elevation had different wildlife patterns. I kept hiking until I found the clearing I'd marked on my map as a potential campsite. It was perfect, flat ground surrounded by a circle of tall pines with enough open sky to see the stars later. Setting up camp took my mind off the silence. I pitched my tent, collected some firewood, hung my food bag from a tree branch away from the campsite. Basic stuff. But as the sun started to set around 6, that uneasy feeling came back stronger. The silence felt heavy, like it was pressing in on me from all sides. I built a fire, hoping the crackling would provide some comfort. It helped a little. I heated up my freeze-dried pasta dinner and ate while watching the flames, trying to convince myself I was just experiencing the normal adjustment period of a city person in the wilderness. The sky turned that deep navy blue as night fell completely. No light pollution meant the stars were incredible. I'd never seen so many in my life. Under different circumstances, it would have been beautiful. But something felt off. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the tree line. Nothing was there, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That's when I heard it for the first time. A whisper, so faint I thought I'd imagined it, like someone exhaling a single word just behind my ear. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nothing there. Just the wind, I said out loud, needing to hear a human voice, even if it was my own. But there was no wind. The air was completely still. I decided to turn in early. Maybe I was just tired, my mind playing tricks. Inside my tent, I felt a little safer. I zipped up my sleeping bag and tried to read a bit on my Kindle, but I couldn't focus on the words. The second time I heard the whisper, it was clearer. Not a word exactly, more like a sigh, but deliberate, coming from somewhere in the trees. Then another, and another. Multiple whispers, too quiet to make out what they were saying, but definitely voices. My hands shook as I reached for my flashlight. I unzipped the tent and shined the light toward the trees. The beam cut through the darkness but showed nothing unusual, just trees, shadows, normal forest stuff. But the whispers continued, seeming to move around the perimeter of my campsite. I crawled back into my tent, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself it was just the wind in the trees or maybe some kind of animal I wasn't familiar with. I put in my earbuds and played music, turning the volume up to drown out whatever was happening outside. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a loud crash outside my tent. My watch said it was 2:17 in the morning. The crash came again, like someone had knocked over one of the logs I'd left near the fire pit. My whole body was rigid with fear. The whispers were louder now, no longer carried on wind but somehow present in the air itself. They had a strange quality, not quite human but not animal either. They had rhythm and intentionality to them. I grabbed my flashlight and after several deep breaths, unzipped my tent. The remains of my fire were just glowing embers now. My campsite looked different somehow. Things moved slightly out of place. The log pile was scattered. My backpack, which I'd left leaning against a tree, was now lying on its side several feet away. That's when my flashlight caught them. At the edge of the clearing, just at the tree line, stood figures. Pale, unnaturally tall figures with proportions that weren't quite right. My light illuminated their faces, hollow-eyed, mouths open in what looked like silent screams. They didn't move, just stood there, watching me. I counted 5 of them before my flashlight beam started to shake so badly I couldn't hold it steady. I'd like to say I did something brave or smart, but the truth is, I panicked. I didn't even grab my backpack. I just shoved my feet into my boots, grabbed my car keys from the tent pocket, and ran. I ran in the opposite direction from those figures, crashing through underbrush, branches whipping my face. The whispers followed me, not behind me but all around me like they were being carried through the air itself. Sometimes they almost formed words I could understand, then dissolved back into meaningless sounds. The harder I ran, the louder they got. I realized with horror that I had no idea where I was going. In my panic, I'd run off the trail. The moon provided some light, but the forest was so dense in places that I was practically running blind. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but pure adrenaline kept me moving. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, I found myself at the edge of a cliff. It wasn't a sheer drop, but steep enough that I couldn't safely climb down in the dark. I turned to find another way, and that's when I saw them again. The figures were spread out in a semicircle blocking my escape routes. They moved strangely, not quite walking, more like they were being pulled forward by something. The whispers were deafening now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to be trying to tell me something. I backed up, trying to keep distance between us. My heel slipped on loose gravel at the cliff edge. As I started to fall backward, I felt something grab me. Not hands exactly, but something cold and strong. For a split second, I thought whatever it was had saved me from falling. That wasn't it at all. I felt the intention immediately, not to save, but to claim, to take. Whatever had me wanted me to fall, but not alone. It wanted to come with me, into me, through me. In that moment, there was a flash of light, not lightning, something different. In that brief illumination, I saw their faces clearly. They weren't human, had never been human. Their skin was like bark, their hollow eyes like knots in wood. Their mouths weren't screaming. They were consuming, pulling in air and sound and maybe more. Their forms twisted in ways that human bodies can't move, limbs too long and jointed in the wrong places. The light faded as quickly as it came, and in that moment of darkness, I found strength I didn't know I had. I twisted away from whatever was holding me, feeling something tear, my jacket maybe, or something else. I ducked under reaching arms and ran along the cliff edge until I found what looked like a game trail leading down. I half ran, half fell down that slope, using trees to break my momentum when I started going too fast. The whispers followed, but they seemed confused, like they'd lost track of me. I kept moving, driven by pure terror. I don't remember much of the rest of that night. I know I eventually found the main trail again. I know I ran until my legs gave out, then walked, then ran again when I thought I heard something behind me. Somehow, I made it back to the parking lot just as dawn was breaking. My car was the only one there. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice before getting the door open. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The tree line was empty, no figures, no movement, just trees. But the whispers. I swear I could still hear them, even with my windows up and the engine running. It's been 4 months now. I never went back for my gear. I told people I got spooked by some coyotes and decided camping wasn't for me. Who would believe what really happened? The weirdest part is that I can't find Pine Hollow on any map now. The trailhead I used seems to have vanished. When I try to look it up online, all I find are references to places with similar names in different states. Sometimes at night, when the city gets unusually quiet, I think I can hear those whispers again. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see those twisted faces with their hollow eyes and gaping mouths. I used to crave silence. Now I sleep with the TV on. Story 9. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. I've always been pretty practical. I work in finance, my wife works in healthcare, we're logical people. But what happened in our new house has made me question everything I thought I knew about what's possible in this world. About 7 months ago, my wife Amy and I bought our first house together. It's nothing extravagant, a modest 3-bedroom in a quiet suburb outside Portland. The previous owners were an older couple who had moved to Arizona to be closer to their grandkids. The day we moved in, I found a welcome note on the kitchen counter. It was a simple card wishing us happiness in our new home, signed by the Hendersons, the previous owners. What struck me as odd was that they had paperclipped a black and white photo of a yellow Labrador to the note. There was no explanation, no mention of the dog at all in the note. Just this photo of an older lab sitting proudly on what I recognized as our new back porch. I showed it to Amy, and we both thought it was a bit strange, but didn't dwell on it. We had boxes to unpack and furniture to arrange. The photo ended up in a drawer with other miscellaneous papers from the move. A few weeks after settling in, I was mowing the lawn when our neighbor Bill came over to introduce himself. During our conversation, I casually mentioned the photo. "Oh, that must be Cooper," Bill said. The Hendersons were big dog people, had several over the years they lived here. Cooper was their last one, sweet old guy. Died maybe 2 years ago. Weird that they'd leave just a picture of him, I said. Bill shrugged. Maybe he was special. Amy and I had always wanted a dog, and with a yard finally our own, we visited the local shelter about a month after moving in. We fell in love with a 2-year-old yellow lab mix named Benny. He was gentle but energetic, and we brought him home that same day. Benny adapted quickly to our home, but there was something strange about his behavior in the backyard. From day one, he was obsessed with a specific spot near the big oak tree. He'd sniff frantically, sometimes pawing at the ground and whining. When I'd call him, he'd look at me with this confused expression before reluctantly coming back. One evening while grilling, I mentioned it to Amy. "You think Cooper might be buried back there?" she asked, lowering her voice like someone might overhear. The thought had crossed my mind. Maybe. The Hendersons lived here for decades. Wouldn't be surprised if they buried their pets in the yard. "Poor Benny," Amy said. "He must smell something we can't." We didn't think much more about it until the weird stuff started happening. It began with the stereo. We were both in the kitchen making dinner when suddenly our living room stereo blasted on at full volume. It nearly gave me a heart attack. I ran in and turned it off, figuring maybe I'd sat on the remote earlier without realizing. A few days later, I was home alone working when the lights in my office turned off, then immediately back on. I checked the breaker box, but everything seemed fine. Then the hallway light started turning on by itself. It happened 3 times in 1 week. "It's the ghost dog," Amy joked after I told her about the light. "Cooper's saying hello." I rolled my eyes, but a part of me felt uneasy. These weren't massive disruptions, but they were definitely weird, and they kept happening. One morning at around 4 a.m., I woke up needing to use the bathroom. As I opened my eyes, I saw what I thought was Benny standing by our bedroom door. In my groggy state, I assumed he needed to go outside. "Okay, buddy, I'm coming," I mumbled, sitting up and reaching for my glasses. When I put them on and looked again, there was nothing there. I turned to see Benny fast asleep at the foot of our bed, snoring softly. I froze. A chill ran through my entire body. I knew what I'd seen, a dog-shaped silhouette by the door. But our dog was right here. I didn't wake Amy. I told myself I was half asleep and seeing things, but I knew what I saw. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I didn't mention it to Amy right away. I didn't want her to think I was losing it. But then she brought up something strange herself. "Did you get up in the middle of the night to let Benny out?" she asked over breakfast. My stomach dropped. Why? I could have sworn I heard his collar jingling by the door around 4, but he was on the bed all night. That's when I told her what I'd seen. We both sat there, coffee getting cold, trying to rationalize it. Maybe Benny had gotten up and gone back to bed. Maybe we were both dreaming. But deep down, I knew better. After that night, I became more aware of odd occurrences. Sometimes I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, always low to the ground, always quick. The jingling sound continued occasionally, usually late at night or early morning. Benny's behavior changed too. He started sleeping facing our bedroom door instead of at the foot of the bed. Sometimes he'd lift his head and stare at empty space, his tail wagging slightly. Once I caught him playing bow position in the hallway, like he was inviting someone or something to play. About 3 months after moving in, I was working from home when I decided to dig out that old photo of Cooper. I found it in the kitchen drawer and studied it more carefully. Cooper had been an older dog when the photo was taken, gray around the muzzle, a bit heavy set. He looked like a good boy. I felt a strange connection to him even though we'd never met. On a whim, I took the photo to that spot in the yard Benny was always obsessed with. I'm not sure what I expected, but it felt right somehow. I stood there for a few minutes, photo in hand, feeling slightly ridiculous. "Hey Cooper," I said quietly. "If you're still hanging around, that's okay. This was your home first." I felt stupid talking to thin air, but also, I don't know, respectful. I put the photo back in the drawer and went back to work. That night is when it happened, the event that removed all doubt from my mind. I was up late finishing a project, working in our home office. Amy and Benny had gone to bed hours earlier. It was just after midnight when I decided to call it quits. I saved my work and stood up, stretching. That's when I heard it, a soft jingling sound coming from the hallway, the same sound Amy and I had heard before. I stepped out of the office and looked down the empty hallway. The noise stopped. I stood completely still, barely breathing, listening. Nothing. I was about to head to bed when something caught my eye. Movement in the bedroom doorway. I squinted in the dim light and saw it, the silhouette of a dog, just standing there. It wasn't Benny. The shape was bulkier, older looking. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I took a step forward, and the shape disappeared. I hurried to the bedroom. Benny was on the bed with Amy, both sound asleep. Whatever I'd seen, it wasn't our dog. I climbed into bed, wide awake and honestly terrified. I laid there for what felt like hours, listening to every creak and settling noise in the house. The next morning, I didn't tell Amy what I'd seen. I didn't want to freak her out, and part of me was still trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. But then, about a week later, something happened that we both witnessed, something impossible to explain away. We were in the bedroom getting ready for work. I was standing near the door, the same spot where I'd seen the dog shape twice now, when the filing cabinet in the corner suddenly rattled. Both Amy and I turned to look at it. Before either of us could say anything, the top 2 drawers shot open and then slammed shut in rapid succession. Not just one drawer, both of them, one after the other. Amy screamed. I stood frozen. We both stared at the filing cabinet. "Did you see that?" she whispered, gripping my arm. I nodded, unable to speak. "Those drawers have metal handles you have to pull with some force to open. There's no way they could open themselves, let alone 2 in a row like that, and the force needed to slam them shut. It was impossible." Benny, who had been dozing on the bed, was now standing at attention, staring at the filing cabinet, his tail wagging slowly. "It's Cooper," Amy said, her voice shaking. "It has to be." In that moment, I believed her. As crazy as it sounds, I knew we had a ghost dog. Since then, we've had countless small incidents. The jingling sound, glimpses of movement, Benny playing with something invisible. Once, I came home to find one of his toys in the middle of the living room when I knew for certain it had been in his basket when I left. Another time, Amy felt something brush against her leg while she was cooking, but Benny was outside. The strangest part is that none of it feels threatening. Startling, yes. Impossible to explain, absolutely, but not malicious or scary once the initial shock wears off. We've done some research on pet ghosts. Apparently, it's not uncommon for deeply bonded animals to stick around after death, especially if they died in the home. We don't know for sure if Cooper died here or if he is buried in that spot in the yard, but it makes sense. I've caught myself talking to him sometimes when I'm alone in the house. It feels less weird now. I'll say good morning when I come downstairs, or tell him to have a good day when I leave for work. Sometimes the lights flicker when I do, as if in response. Benny seems to have accepted his invisible housemate. He'll sometimes leave one of his toys in that spot in the yard, or save room on his bed as if making space for another dog. I still have Cooper's photo. I framed it and put it on the mantel. It felt like the right thing to do. The filing cabinet incident was about 3 months ago. The activity has settled into a pattern now, not as frequent, but still present. Just last week I woke up at exactly 4 a.m. again to see that same silhouette by the door. Instead of being scared, I whispered, "Good boy, Cooper," and went back to sleep. I know how this all sounds. If someone had told me this story a year ago, I'd have thought they were crazy or making it up. But I know what I've experienced, what we've experienced. Our house is haunted by a ghost dog, and honestly, we're okay with it. Story 10. I've been driving big rigs for over 20 years now, 22 years to be exact. Crossed this country more times than I can count. I've seen pretty much everything the road can throw at you. Blizzards in Wyoming, tornadoes in Kansas, even had a bear run in front of my truck once up in Montana. But what happened to me 3 nights ago on I-40 through New Mexico, I still can't make sense of it. I was hauling a load of electronics from California to Oklahoma City. Standard run. I prefer night driving. Less traffic, cooler temps, especially through the desert. Plus, I've always found something peaceful about having the highway mostly to myself. Well, I used to anyway. It was around midnight when things started getting weird. I'd just passed Gallup about an hour before, cruising along at a steady 65. The moon was nearly full that night, lighting up the desert landscape in this eerie blue-silver glow. You could see for miles, the flat stretches, the mesas in the distance, occasional scrub brush. Classic New Mexico desert. I had the radio on low, some late-night talk show just to keep me company. My thermos of coffee was still half full. I was alert, wide awake. That's important. I wasn't drowsy, wasn't hallucinating from fatigue or anything. I know what I saw. I first noticed something moving along the roadside, maybe 50 yards ahead. My high beams caught it just for a second. At first I thought it was maybe an elk or a deer, but it was too big, too tall, and the movement wasn't right. Not like an animal, more deliberate. I eased off the accelerator just a bit. Out here you've got to be careful. Hitting a large animal at highway speed can be deadly for everyone involved. That's when my CB radio suddenly crackled to life. Now I should mention that my CB had been turned off. I rarely use it anymore. Most truckers are on their phones these days. But suddenly there was this burst of static, and then a voice came through, distorted and kind of distant, like someone was talking through layers of interference. "Watch out for him," the voice said. Just that. 3 words, then nothing but static again. I actually jumped in my seat, nearly spilled my coffee, reached over and checked the radio. It was definitely off. I switched it on, tried to respond, asked who was out there, but got nothing back but static. By then, I'd slowed to about 50, scanning the roadside, looking for whatever I'd seen. Nothing was there anymore, but something else was happening. Fog was rolling in, and I mean rolling in like someone had flipped a switch. 1 minute clear desert night, the next I was driving into this wall of mist that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. This makes no sense, I remember thinking. Desert fog at midnight in May? The temperature gauge on my dash read 72 degrees, way too warm for this kind of heavy fog. I slowed down more, clicking my lights to fog beams. Visibility dropped to maybe 30 feet ahead. I had to focus hard on the road markings just to stay in my lane. The fog was thick, almost yellowish in my headlights, and there was something wrong about it. It didn't move right. Normal fog drifts. This stuff seemed to, I don't know, pulse, like it was breathing. That's when I saw him for the first time. Just at the edge of my headlight reach, standing on the shoulder, a figure in what looked like a long coat and a hat. One of those wide-brimmed ones, like an old-fashioned fedora. He was just standing there, completely still, facing my truck as I approached. I instinctively hit the brakes, slowing even more. The figure didn't move, didn't react at all, just stood watching as I got closer. I'm not ashamed to admit my heart was hammering in my chest. Something about this was deeply wrong. People don't just stand on Interstate 40 in the middle of nowhere at midnight, and they definitely don't just watch as an 18-wheeler bears down on them. When I was about 20 feet away, I looked down for just a split second to hit my hazards, and when I looked back up, the figure was gone. Vanished. The shoulder was empty. I actually pulled over, put on my flashers, sat there for maybe 5 minutes, engine idling, scanning the area around my truck. Nothing. Just that unnatural fog drifting around me. I got on the CB again, tried calling out, asking if anyone was nearby, if anyone else was seeing this fog. Dead air, not even static this time. I decided to push on to the next truck stop about 30 miles ahead. The whole time I kept checking my mirrors, scanning the roadside. The fog stayed with me, never thinning out, and that warning kept playing in my head. Watch out for him. I finally reached the truck stop, Eddie's place, this old independent spot that's been there since the old Route 66 days. There were a few other trucks parked, a couple of cars. The relief I felt seeing other people, man, I can't even describe it. Inside there were maybe 5 people total. The night cashier, a couple of local guys at the counter, and an old man sitting alone in a booth nursing a coffee. I grabbed a cup myself, black, strongest they had, and something made me walk over to that old man's booth. "Mind if I sit?" I asked him. He gestured to the seat across from him. Must have been in his 70s at least, with this leathery, sun-baked face and hands that had that slight tremor old folks get sometimes. "You just come in off the highway?" he asked me. I nodded. "Yeah, hit some weird fog back there, about 30 miles east." The old man's eyes changed then, got sharper, more focused on me. "Near Dead Man's Curve?" I'd never heard it called that before. "Maybe? It's where the highway bends around that mesa, starts heading more southeast." He nodded slowly. "That's the spot. Called it Dead Man's Curve since before the interstate, back when it was just 66 running through here." He took a sip of his coffee. "Fog's not normal out there. Not this time of year." "That's what I thought," I said. "And I saw." I hesitated. Didn't want to sound crazy. Thought I saw someone standing on the roadside. The old man set his cup down very carefully. Tall fella, long coat, hat. My blood went cold. I just nodded. "He's been there a long time," the old man said quietly. "Some say since the 30s. Others say he's always been there since before people came to this land." "Who is he?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "Not who. What?" The old man leaned forward. "My grandfather used to say he was what was left of a man who made a deal at a crossroads out there. Deal went bad. Others say he's something that was never human to begin with, just wears the shape to walk among us." I wanted to dismiss this as local folklore, the kind of ghost story every small town across America has. But the image of that figure was burned into my mind. "Does he hurt people?" I asked. The old man shrugged. "Some truckers go missing out there. Some crash for no reason. Perfectly maintained rig, experienced driver, good weather, straight road, suddenly off the highway into the desert, no explanation." "How do you know who he's after?" I asked. The old man looked at me hard then. "They say he warns them first. Someone or something tries to warn the drivers he's chosen. My heart nearly stopped. A warning, like on the radio maybe? The old man's eyes widened slightly. You heard it, didn't you? The voice? I swallowed hard. Watch out for him. The old-timer closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, there was genuine concern there. Don't get back on that highway tonight. Stay here till morning. Part of me wanted to do exactly that. But I had a delivery schedule, and honestly, in the fluorescent light of that truck stop, with normal people around, the whole thing was starting to feel less terrifying, more like a weird experience I'd built up in my mind. I appreciate the concern, I told him, but I've got to make Oklahoma City by morning. Can't afford to fall behind. He didn't try to convince me further, just nodded sadly. Stay in the right lane then, drive slow, and whatever you do, don't stop for anything or anyone. I thanked him, paid for both our coffees, and headed back to my rig. The fog was still there, maybe even thicker now, but I'd convinced myself it was just an unusual weather phenomenon. The figure was probably just a hitchhiker, and my CB had picked up some random transmission from another truck warning about a deer or something on the road. Logical explanations. That's what I needed to believe. I pulled back onto I-40 eastbound. The fog swallowed my truck immediately. I kept it at 45, way under the limit, but I couldn't see enough to go faster safely. The road was empty, no other headlights or taillights visible in either direction. I'd gone maybe 10 miles when my headlights reflected off something in the road ahead, right in the middle of my lane. It was him, the figure, standing perfectly still, facing me, his features completely hidden in shadow under that wide-brimmed hat. I hit the brakes hard, felt the trailer wanting to jackknife, fought the wheel to keep it straight. The truck slowed rapidly, from 45 to 30 to 20. But I was still going to hit him. There was no way to stop in time or swerve safely. I braced for impact, knuckles white on the wheel, and at the last possible second, the figure simply vanished. Not like he jumped away or fell. He was just gone, like someone had switched off a projection. I brought the truck to a complete stop in the middle of the lane, breathing hard, sweat soaking my shirt despite the AC running full blast. There was nothing on the road, nothing at all. Then I felt it, a cold spot in the cab, to my right. I turned slowly toward the passenger seat. He was sitting there, the man in the hat, except now I could see under the brim, and there wasn't a face there, just darkness deeper than any shadow should be. I told you to watch out for him, came a hollow voice from that darkness. But it wasn't the same voice from the CB. This was different, older, emptier. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Terror like I've never known froze every muscle in my body. The figure turned its non-face toward me fully, and then it smiled. I can't explain how I knew it was smiling when it had no visible mouth, but I felt that smile, felt it like a cold knife sliding between my ribs. "You're on my road now," it said. I must have blacked out. Next thing I knew, it was dawn. My truck was parked at a rest area I don't remember pulling into, about 100 miles east of where I'd encountered. Whatever that was, my logbook showed I'd driven straight through, no stops, but I have no memory of it. Those hours are just gone. I completed my delivery in Oklahoma City. I'm back home now. Haven't taken another job yet. Keep telling myself it was just extreme fatigue. Maybe I dozed off and dreamed the whole thing, but I know I didn't. And the weirdest part, when I got home and finally worked up the courage to check my phone's Maps app to see exactly where I'd been that night, that stretch of I-40 I was on doesn't bend around any mesa, it runs straight for miles. I don't know what happened to me out there, don't know what I encountered, but I know I'm never driving that stretch of highway again, especially not at night. And if you're heading across New Mexico on I-40 and your CB suddenly comes to life with a warning, for God's sake, listen to it. Story 11. I still can't sleep well after what happened on that cruise. It's been 3 weeks since I got back, and I keep checking my doors and windows at night. I need to write this down somewhere, even if no one believes me. I'm a travel journalist, have been for almost 15 years now. I've stayed at 5-star resorts in Bali, hiked through the Amazon, and spent nights in questionable hostels across Eastern Europe. Nothing ever really scared me until the MS Elysium. When I got the assignment to cover the maiden voyage of the most technologically advanced cruise ship in the world, I was actually excited. After months of deadline stress and city noise, a Caribbean cruise sounded perfect. My editor wanted a feature on luxury travel innovations, and I needed the break. Win-win. The Elysium was massive. 18 decks, 5 swimming pools, a full theater, and this ridiculous glass observation deck that extended over the ocean. Everything gleamed. The ship had this whole modern elegance vibe with lots of white surfaces, blue LED lighting, and glass everywhere. My suite was on deck 10 with a private balcony and one of those rainfall showers that makes you never want to leave. The first day was exactly what you'd expect. Champagne welcome, exploring the ship, unpacking in my suite. I took notes on all the fancy tech features for my article. The automated room service, the app that could locate your friends anywhere on the ship, the holographic entertainment in the main atrium, standard luxury cruise stuff, just newer and shinier. It was the second night when things started feeling off. I was at dinner in the main dining hall, this 2-story space with crystal chandeliers and a glass ceiling showing the stars. I'd been seated at a table with other solo travelers, an older retired couple, a divorcee celebrating her freedom anniversary, and this quiet guy around 60 who introduced himself as Richard. He barely spoke during the meal, but something about him seemed familiar, though I couldn't place it. Halfway through the main course, some elaborate seafood thing, I felt this sudden cold spot, like walking through an air conditioning vent, except I hadn't moved. The cold lingered, settling around my shoulders like a wet blanket. No one else seemed to notice. I excused myself to the restroom, thinking maybe I was coming down with something. In the bathroom mirror, I looked fine, maybe a little pale, but nothing concerning. As I was washing my hands, I swear I heard someone whisper my name. Laura. Just once, very clearly. I spun around, but the bathroom was empty. I chalked it up to fatigue and went back to dinner, but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The rest of the meal passed in a blur. I barely remember dessert. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of hushed voices outside my door. The ship was supposed to be soundproofed, another luxury selling point. But I could hear what sounded like multiple people having an urgent conversation. I got up and looked through the peephole, but the hallway was empty. Yet the voices continued for another minute before fading away. I tried to go back to sleep, but kept seeing shadows moving under my door, like people walking past, except there were no footsteps. Just silent shadows blocking the hallway light, then disappearing. At around 4:30, I gave up on sleep and decided to take a walk. The ship was eerily quiet. I grabbed my room key, phone, and notebook. Journalist habits die hard, and headed out. The main areas were dimly lit for night mode, with just enough light to navigate safely. I wandered through the central atrium, past the closed shops and quiet bars. A few crew members were cleaning, but they barely acknowledged me. I ended up on deck 6, in a part of the ship I hadn't explored yet. That's when I noticed a door marked "Authorized Personnel Only" that was slightly ajar. Normally, I wouldn't trespass, but something about that door seemed to be pulling me toward it. Professional curiosity, I told myself. Behind the door was a narrow stairwell leading down. Not the elegant passenger stairs, but utilitarian metal steps that echoed when I stepped on them. The air got noticeably cooler as I descended, and there was this smell, like old paper and seawater. The stairs ended at another door, this one unmarked and much older looking than anything else I'd seen on the ship. It didn't match the Elysium's modern aesthetic at all. It was made of heavy wood with tarnished brass fixtures. When I pushed it open, it creaked like it hadn't been used in years. I found myself in a storage room of sorts, dimly lit by a single bulb. It was filled with old maritime equipment, worn life preservers, rusted tools, coiled ropes, and wooden crates. This room didn't make sense. The Elysium was brand new, its first voyage, so why was there a room full of what looked like antique naval supplies? In the corner was a desk with stacks of logbooks. I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight and started going through them. The newest one was dated just 3 months ago, but the oldest went back to the 1970s. They all had different ship names: SS Meridian, MS Ocean Star, RV Pacific Explorer, but they contained similar entries: passenger manifests, crew rotations, and incident reports. The incident reports caught my attention. Every logbook had pages dedicated to passenger incidents that detailed people who had gone missing during voyages, not just 1 or 2, but dozens on each ship. The entries were clinical, noting the passenger's name, cabin number, and last known location. No explanations, no search outcomes, just these cold, factual entries about people who vanished. As I flipped through the most recent logbook, a folded photograph fell out. It was faded and water damaged, but still clear enough to make out about 15 people in crew uniforms standing on a ship deck. The photo was dated 1998, crew of the SS Meridian. My blood went cold when I recognized one of the faces, Richard, the quiet man from my dinner table. He looked exactly the same as he had at dinner, not a day older than in this 25-year-old photograph. I was so focused on the photo that I didn't immediately notice how the air in the room had changed. It felt dense and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. The temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. The single bulb flickered, and then I heard it, a low, mournful wail that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I turned toward the sound and nearly screamed. There was an old man standing between me and the door. He wore a tattered captain's uniform that might have been white once, but was now yellowed and stained. His skin had a grayish tint, and his eyes, God, his eyes were just hollow black pits. He wasn't solid. I could see the outlines of the crates behind him through his body. "Help us," he said, his voice like sandpaper on metal. "We are trapped." I backed away, knocking over a stack of logbooks. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper. "We are the forgotten ones," he said. "The taken, the replaced." I don't remember pushing past him. I don't remember running up the stairs or through the corridors. I just remember suddenly being back in my suite, door locked, sitting on the floor with my back against the wall, gasping for air. I must have fallen asleep there because I woke up to sunlight streaming through my balcony doors. For a brief moment, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. Then I noticed the photograph still clutched in my hand. At breakfast, I tried to act normal while scanning the dining room for Richard. He wasn't there. I asked one of the staff about him, describing him carefully. The waiter looked confused and assured me no one matching that description had been assigned to my dinner table. According to him, there had only been 3 people at my table last night, not 5. I spent the morning discreetly asking about Richard around the ship. No one remembered him. It was like he had never existed, except in that photograph from 1998 and in my memory. Then I noticed other passengers were missing too. The retired couple from my dinner table wasn't at lunch. The woman who had the cabin across from mine, who I'd chatted with about the view, wasn't on her balcony anymore. When I asked about them at guest services, I got the same blank looks and denials. The ship's atmosphere had changed. Crew members traveled in pairs, speaking in hushed tones. The captain made an announcement about routine system maintenance, requiring certain areas of the ship to be temporarily closed. The previously bustling Deck 6, where I'd found that door, was now entirely off limits. I tried to find that storage room again, but couldn't even locate the stairwell. It was as if that entire section of the ship had been reconfigured overnight. Doors that had been there yesterday were now smooth wall panels. Corridors ended in different places. By evening, I was frantic. I cornered a young crew member near the pool deck, showing him the photograph, demanding answers. His face went pale. He whispered, "You shouldn't have that," and hurried away. 10 minutes later, my keycard stopped working. When I went to guest services to get it reactivated, they told me my room had been upgraded and I needed to move to a new suite on Deck 14. The new room was larger, more luxurious, and much farther from deck 6. It also had no balcony, just a large window that didn't open. The door had no peephole. That night I barricaded myself in with furniture and stayed awake, watching the door. Around midnight, I heard voices in the corridor again, then a gentle knock. "Miss Mitchell, we need to speak with you about your article." I didn't answer. The knocking continued for several minutes, then stopped. The ship seemed to groan and shift in ways that didn't match the gentle rocking of waves. The lights flickered. My phone lost all signal, even though we were supposed to have satellite coverage throughout the voyage. I kept seeing movement from the corner of my eye, shapes passing by the window, shadows stretching across the floor from impossible angles. The temperature would drop suddenly, then return to normal. Sometimes I'd catch a whiff of that old paper and seawater smell. I'm not sure how I made it through the rest of the cruise. I didn't sleep, I barely ate. I stayed in public areas with other passengers as much as possible. I took photos of everyone I met, keeping a record of who disappeared. By the time we docked in Miami, at least 27 passengers were gone. People I'd spoken to, taken pictures of, knew had been aboard, and no one would acknowledge they had ever existed. I got off that ship as fast as I could. I never wrote the article. My editor was furious, but I quit rather than try to explain. The photograph is still in my possession. Sometimes at night, I think I hear that mournful wail again. And yesterday, I saw Richard standing across the street from my apartment, watching my window with those same hollow eyes. I don't know what the MS Elysium really is. I don't know what happens to the people who disappear, but I know it's still out there, sailing with a new group of passengers who have no idea what waits in the depths of that ship. Story 12. I still have nightmares about what happened that night in Kentucky. I was 14 at the time, just a kid really. My dad and I were on this road trip to visit my aunt in Tennessee. We'd been driving all day, and Kentucky seemed to stretch on forever with nothing but endless fields and small towns that appeared and disappeared in minutes. It was getting late, probably around 8 or 9 in the evening, when Dad finally pulled into this gas station. It was one of those places that looks like it hasn't changed since the 70s. Flickering fluorescent lights, a dingy little convenience store attached, and pumps that made this weird clicking sound when you used them. "We should find a motel soon," Dad said while filling up the tank. I remember nodding, already half asleep in the passenger seat. I'd been playing my Game Boy until the battery died somewhere back in Ohio. But finding a motel turned out to be harder than we thought. We drove for another hour, passing through a couple of tiny towns that were basically just a few houses clustered around a church. Every motel we came across had its no vacancy sign lit up. Eventually, Dad spotted a rest area just off the highway. "We'll have to sleep in the car tonight, buddy," he said, pulling in. "We'll get an early start tomorrow and be at Aunt Marge's by noon." The rest area was just a small parking lot with a bathroom building and a couple of picnic tables. There were 2 other cars there, a semi-truck whose driver was probably sleeping in the cab, and an old station wagon that looked empty. Dad reclined his seat as far as it would go, which wasn't much in our old Honda Civic, and within minutes he was snoring. I tried to get comfortable, but I couldn't sleep. The car felt like a coffin, too small, too stuffy. Around 11, I decided I needed some air. Dad was out cold, so I carefully opened my door and stepped outside. The night air hit me like a splash of cold water, and I immediately felt better. The sky was incredible. I'd never seen so many stars in my life. Growing up in Pittsburgh, you don't get skies like that. I walked a few steps away from the car, just breathing in the fresh air and looking around. That's when I noticed the cornfield across the road. I'd never seen a real cornfield before, not up close. Sure, I'd seen them from the car window as we drove, but this was different. In the moonlight, it looked almost magical. Rows and rows of tall corn stalks swaying slightly in the breeze. Without really thinking about it, I started walking toward it. The road was completely empty, no cars anywhere. I crossed over and stood at the edge of the field. The corn was taller than me, maybe 7 feet high, and it made this soft rustling sound that was somehow both soothing and creepy at the same time. That's when I noticed the barn. It was off to the right, maybe 100 yards away, this massive white structure with what looked like red or black stripes. It was hard to tell in the moonlight. It was the kind of barn you see in pictures or movies, 2 stories tall with a peaked roof and those big double doors in front. I'd never seen a real barn before either. Pittsburgh isn't exactly farm country. I remember thinking how cool it would be to tell my friends I'd explored a real farm, even if it was just for a few minutes. But as I started walking toward the barn, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly, but it was like that feeling you get when you think someone's watching you. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I got goosebumps all over my arms, despite it being a warm summer night. I stopped for a second, looking around. There was nothing but corn and darkness. The rest area was still visible across the road, and I could see our car under the yellowish light of a single lamppost. Dad was still inside, sleeping. I told myself I was being stupid and kept walking. The closer I got to the barn, the stronger that feeling became. It was like walking through invisible spider webs, each step making me more and more uncomfortable. But I was 14, and 14-year-old boys don't turn back just because they're scared. We do stupid things to prove we're not afraid, even when we are. I was maybe 20 yards from the barn when I noticed something strange about its shape. There seemed to be something attached to one corner, something round that stuck out from the side. At first, I thought it might be a bell or some kind of farm equipment, but then it moved. I froze mid-step, my heart suddenly pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. What I'd thought was a bell or a piece of equipment was actually a head, a pale, round shape peering out from around the corner of the barn. I stood there, completely paralyzed, trying to convince myself I was seeing things. But then it moved again, tilting slightly, as if to get a better look at me. I couldn't make out any features. It was too dark and too far away. But I knew it was looking right at me. Worse, I realized whatever it was attached to was tall, really tall. The barn was 2 stories high, and this thing was peering around from at least 7 or 8 feet up. No normal person is that tall. For what felt like an eternity, we just stayed like that. Me frozen in the cornfield, it watching me from the barn. I couldn't even breathe. My lungs felt like they were filled with cement. Then it started to move. Not toward me, thank God, but it shifted position, and I caught a glimpse of something long and thin, an arm maybe, but wrong somehow. Too long, too fluid in its movement. That broke my paralysis. I turned and ran, not even thinking about being quiet or careful. I just ran, crashing through the corn stalks, the leaves cutting my face and arms as I plowed through them. I didn't look back, not once. I was too terrified of what I might see behind me. I hit the road at full speed and nearly fell, my sneakers slipping on the asphalt. Somehow I kept my balance and sprinted across to the rest area, to our car. I yanked open the passenger door, jumped inside and slammed it shut, immediately hitting the lock button. Dad barely stirred. He mumbled something in his sleep and shifted position, but didn't wake up. I sat there panting, my heart still trying to escape through my chest, and stared out the window at the cornfield. Nothing followed me, at least nothing I could see, but that feeling of being watched didn't go away. I sat there for hours, too scared to close my eyes, watching the cornfield and the distant shape of the barn. When dawn finally came, I must have dozed off because Dad shaking my shoulder woke me up. "Rise and shine, kiddo," he said, starting the car. "We've got a long drive ahead of us." I looked out at the cornfield in the morning light. It looked normal. Just a field of corn with an old white barn in the distance. Red stripes I could now see, but something still felt wrong about it. "Dad," I started, Did you hear anything last night?" "Like what?" he asked, pulling out of the rest area. "I don't know, just anything weird." He shook his head. "Slept like a log. These car seats aren't comfortable, but I was exhausted." "Why? Did something happen?" I almost told him then, almost poured out the whole story. But what would I have said that I snuck out of the car in the middle of the night to look at a cornfield and saw some kind of monster? He would have thought I had a nightmare. No, I said finally, just wondering. As we drove away, I kept looking back until the cornfield disappeared from view. For years afterward, I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, or a trick of the moonlight, or maybe even a scarecrow I'd mistaken for something else. But deep down, I know what I saw. There was something in that barn, something that doesn't belong in our world, something that was watching me, maybe even hunting me. I'm 26 now, and I've never been back to Kentucky. I avoid rural areas whenever possible, and the sound of corn stalks rustling in the wind is enough to give me a panic attack. I've never told anyone this story before. They'd think I was crazy or that I made it up, but sometimes when I'm about to fall asleep, I see it again. That pale, round shape peering out from around the corner of the barn. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd gotten just a little bit closer, or if it had decided to come after me. I wonder if it's still there, in that cornfield in Kentucky, watching and waiting for the next curious traveler to wander too close to its barn. And I wonder if anyone else has seen it, and if they were as lucky as I was to get away. Story 13. I've never told this story in full before. Part of me still doesn't want to acknowledge it, like somehow putting it into words might make it more real or invite it back into my life. But I need to get this out, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. 6 years ago, I moved into my current house, a beautiful old place built in 1910 on a property that dates back to the 1850s. I fell in love with the character, the tall ceilings, the ornate woodwork. But from the very first night, I sensed something was off about the upstairs area. I've always been sensitive to energies. My mom calls it being intuitive, but whatever it is, I can usually tell when a place doesn't feel right. And the upstairs of this house, especially around this one closet with an attic access hatch, it just felt wrong. Heavy. Like something was watching and waiting. The first few months, it was just little things. I'd put my keys down and they'd vanish, only to reappear in places I knew I hadn't left them. I blamed it on stress from the move, on being forgetful. Then things started falling off walls. Picture frames that had been securely mounted would crash to the floor in the middle of the night. Not just once or twice, dozens of times over the first year. I remember one night during that first winter, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of something scratching inside the walls. It was rhythmic, deliberate. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause. I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe mice, though the exterminator found no evidence of rodents. By the second year, I started noticing strange scratches appearing on the ceiling and walls. They'd show up overnight, 3 parallel lines, always the same distance apart. I repainted several times, but they kept coming back in different spots. The incident that really confirmed I wasn't just being paranoid happened when my mom was visiting. We were sitting in the living room having coffee when we both saw it. A small dark shadow darting across the floor from one side of the room to the other. There was nothing that could have cast that shadow. No birds flying outside, no cars passing by, just this small, child-sized shadow moving with purpose. My mom saw my face and said, "You've seen it before, haven't you?" I nodded. I'd seen it dozens of times, but thought I was imagining things. "There's something in this house, Madison," she said. "Something that doesn't want to be ignored." About 3 years into living here, I had plumbing issues that required opening up part of the bathroom wall. The plumber came, cut a hole about 2 feet wide, feet square, and discovered there was this weird space behind the wall, access to what looked like an old cellar or crawl space underneath part of the house. He said it wasn't unusual in houses this old, fixed the pipes, but left the access panel loose so I could check for leaks over the next few days. That night, I was brushing my teeth and felt this cold draft coming from the opening. I knelt down to look inside, using my phone's flashlight. The beam didn't penetrate very far into the darkness, but what I saw still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. There, about 10 feet in, were 2 glowing red eyes, reflecting my light back at me. I could make out pale cheekbones and the bridge of a nose, but the rest was hidden in shadow. I slammed the panel shut, my heart racing, and pushed the bathroom cabinet in front of it. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I told myself it was just an animal that had found its way in, maybe a raccoon or possum. Their eyes can reflect light and appear red, right? 2 days later, I was getting ready for work when I heard something metallic rolling across the bathroom floor. It was an earring I'd lost months earlier, and it had rolled from the direction of that wall opening, stopping right at my feet. I called a contractor that same day and had him permanently seal up that wall, adding extra insulation and drywall. He thought I was crazy, especially when I insisted on watching him work. I didn't care. I just wanted that access point closed. For a while after that, things seemed to quiet down. The scratching sounds stopped. The falling objects were less frequent. I started to think maybe whatever it was had found another way out or moved on. I was wrong. About 4 years into living in the house, I started finding small items from my childhood appearing around the house. A friendship bracelet I'd made in 4th grade, a ticket stub from the first concert I ever attended, a note passed to me in middle school. All things that had been packed away in storage at my parents' house 2 states away. I called my mom to ask if she'd sent me a box of old mementos. She hadn't. These items would appear in strange places. Inside shoes I wore daily, under my pillow, arranged in a perfect circle on my kitchen table when I came home from work. One morning I found my childhood teddy bear sitting upright on the closed attic hatch, staring down the hallway. I hadn't seen that bear in 15 years. The most disturbing part was that many of these items had been altered slightly. The friendship bracelet had been rebraided with strands of what looked like human hair woven into it. The concert ticket had tiny symbols scratched into it that I didn't recognize. The teddy bear's eyes had been removed and replaced with small red buttons. I started sleeping with the lights on. I installed security cameras, but they'd mysteriously shut off during the night, the footage corrupted. I tried talking to the previous homeowners, but they were an elderly couple who had moved to Florida and didn't respond to my messages. Then, about 2 months ago, I experienced something that made all the previous incidents seem tame by comparison. I was sitting in my living room around sunset, reading a book. The light was fading, and I could see my reflection in the large bay window as darkness fell outside. But as I glanced up, I realized I wasn't seeing a reflection of my living room at all. The furniture in the reflection was different, older, heavier wooden pieces I didn't recognize. The walls were a dark red instead of my light gray. I stood up slowly, moving closer to the window. As I approached, I saw movement in this other room that didn't match my movements. In the far corner of the reflected room, I could make out what looked like a child with bright red hair, her head buried in a woman's arms. I couldn't see the woman's face, just her back. My heart was pounding as I moved even closer to the glass. The child slowly raised her head and looked directly at me. Her face was gaunt, her eyes sunken and dark. She lifted one small hand and pointed upward. Against every instinct screaming at me to turn away, I followed the direction of her pointing finger, tilting my gaze upward in the reflection. That's when I saw her, a pale woman with straight white hair hanging down to her waist, standing in what would be my ceiling. She had those same glowing red eyes I'd seen in the crawl space, and her mouth was fixed in a wide, unnatural smile that stretched too far across her face. She was looking directly at me, not through me, not past me, at me. She knew I could see her, and she was pleased about it. I stumbled backward, falling over my coffee table and scrambling away from the window. When I finally gathered the courage to look again, the reflection had returned to normal. Just my living room, my furniture, my frightened face staring back. After that night, I spent hours researching local history, trying to find anything about deaths in the house or on the property. I found mentions of the original farmhouse that had burned down in the late 1800s, with a new home, my current house, built on the same foundation in 1910. There were vague references to a family tragedy, but nothing specific about a woman or child. I've tried sage, salt lines, prayers, everything the internet suggests for clearing negative energy. Nothing works. If anything, it seems to make the entity more active, like it's amused by my attempts. Last week I woke up to find "We've always been here" scratched into my bedroom ceiling directly above my bed. The scratches were deep, cutting through the drywall to the wooden beams above. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm saving to move out, but the housing market is terrible right now. I sleep at friends' houses when I can, but I can't explain to them what's happening without sounding completely insane. Whatever this thing is, this red-eyed woman, I don't think it's a ghost. Ghosts are human spirits, and there's nothing human about the energy in this house. I've started to wonder if it might be something worse. Something that was here long before the house was built. Something that's been watching me, testing me, collecting pieces of my life to understand me better. Sometimes at night, I hear what sounds like a child giggling, followed by a woman humming a lullaby I don't recognize. The other day, I caught a glimpse of red eyes peering at me from inside my closet mirror just for a second before they vanished. I don't feel prepared to deal with what might be a demon or something equally malevolent. I'm terrified because whatever this entity is, it's getting bolder, more visible, like it no longer feels the need to hide. And I can't shake the feeling that it's all been building to something, that these 6 years have just been the prelude to whatever it really wants. Story 14. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to tell someone who might believe me. I can't talk to my family about it. They already think I'm making it up, and the local police just look at me like I'm crazy. But I know what happened that day. I don't care if anyone thinks I'm losing my mind. I know what I saw. I live in Millbrook, one of those tiny towns you'd miss if you blinked while driving through. Population 800 and something, one grocery store, 2 gas stations, and more churches than we need. I moved here 3 years ago after my divorce, looking for somewhere quiet to start over. I bought this little 2-bedroom house on the edge of town, backing up to dense woods that stretch for miles. It's usually peaceful here, too peaceful sometimes, just me and my old Labrador, Max. That Tuesday started like any other. I woke up around 7, let Max out into the yard, made coffee and checked my phone. It was foggy, but that wasn't unusual for October in our valley. What was strange was how thick it was, dense and white, like someone had dropped a cloud right on top of the town. I could barely see the tree line from my kitchen window, and it was only about 50 feet away. I work from home as a graphic designer, so I settled at my desk around 9. Max was acting weird all morning, restless, whining at the windows, refusing to stay in his bed. I figured maybe he could sense a storm coming or something. By noon, the fog hadn't lifted at all. If anything, it had gotten thicker, and there was something off about it. It seemed to move in ways fog shouldn't, swirling against my windows like it was trying to find a way in. Around 1, my phone buzzed with a text from my sister Kayla. "You hear about what happened to Linda Mercer?" I hadn't. Linda lived alone in one of those old Victorian houses closer to town center. I didn't know her well, just enough to wave if we ran into each other at Jackson's grocery. I texted back, "No, what happened?" Kayla's reply made my stomach drop. "Found dead in her house this morning. Doors all locked from inside. No sign of forced entry. Police are saying it looks like heart failure, but she was only 42 and healthy." Something about that news sent a chill through me. I walked to the window and stared out at the fog, which seemed to stare back. Max was pacing by the front door now, his nails clicking on the hardwood. He'd growl softly, then whine, then growl again. "That's weird," I texted back. "This fog is making me nervous too. Max won't settle down." "It's all over town," Kayla replied. "Never seen anything like it. Can barely see across the street. Mom says to check all your locks. Probably nothing, but being cautious wouldn't hurt." I rolled my eyes, but found myself doing exactly that, checking the front door, back door, all the windows. Everything was locked up tight, but it didn't make me feel any better. I tried to get back to work, but couldn't focus. My house felt different somehow, like the walls had thinned, like something outside was pressing in. At 3:30, Max started barking. 3 sharp barks that made me jump in my chair. He was standing rigid by the front door, his hackles raised. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate tapping, not like a branch hitting the house, but purposeful. Tap, tap, tap. "Who's there?" I called out, instantly regretting how shaky my voice sounded. No answer, just more tapping. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and inched toward the front door. The peephole showed nothing but white fog. "I have a dog," I called out stupidly, as if Max's earlier barking hadn't made that obvious, "and I've called the police." The tapping stopped. I stood frozen for what felt like minutes, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then Max started growling, a deep, threatening sound I'd never heard from him before. The tapping resumed, louder this time. Something compelled me to open the door, just a crack with the chain still on. I know how dumb that sounds now, but in the moment, it felt like I had to. The fog swirled in immediately, cold and damp against my face, and there, standing on my porch, was a figure so tall its head nearly touched the overhang. It wore what looked like an old-fashioned wide-brimmed hat, and below that, I still struggled to describe what I saw. A face that wasn't quite a face, features that shifted and blurred like they couldn't decide what to be. "Hello, Leah," it said in a voice that sounded like multiple voices layered together, some high, some low, none of them human. "I'm looking for someone." My mouth went dry. I'd never seen this person before, yet they knew my name. "Who?" I managed to whisper. "Someone who looks like you," it replied, "very much like you." I tried to close the door, but it felt heavy, like pushing against water. "I'll be back," the figure said, already receding into the fog. "You'll see her soon, when the fog lifts." The door finally slammed shut. I locked it, then slid down to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Max came over and pressed himself against me, whimpering. I fumbled for my phone and called Kayla, but the call wouldn't go through, just static and what sounded like whispering. I tried texting instead. Someone was just at my door, tall, weird hat, voice didn't sound right. Knew my name, said looking for someone who looks like me. I'm freaking out. 3 minutes later, "Leah, are you serious? Mrs. Peterson from church just posted on Facebook about someone like that at her window an hour ago. And Tim from the gas station too." My fingers could barely type. What the hell is going on? "I don't know, but people are saying whoever sees this thing is next." "Next for what?" "I don't know. Just stay inside. Lock everything. I'm trying to get Dad to come get you, but his truck won't start." I got up and checked every lock again, then pulled all the curtains closed. The house felt colder now, and the fog seemed to have seeped in somehow. The air was damp and hazy. Max wouldn't leave my side, pressing against my leg wherever I went. I tried to distract myself by turning on the TV, but there was only static on every channel. The internet was working though, and I found myself scrolling through the town's community Facebook page. People all over Millbrook were posting about the fog, about power flickering, about strange figures at windows and doors. Some claimed it was a prank, others a gas leak causing hallucinations. A few mentioned Linda Mercer's death, speculating it was connected. As evening fell, the house grew darker. I turned on every light I had, but they seemed dimmer than usual, the shadows deeper in the corners. I made a pot of coffee, determined to stay awake. Every few minutes I'd check the windows, pulling the curtain back just enough to peek out. The fog remained, swirling and curling against the glass like it was alive. By 8 o'clock my nerves were shot. I tried calling the police, but like with Kayla, I couldn't get through, just static and whispers. Texts were still working at least, and Kayla was checking in every half hour. "Still okay?" "Still here, no sign of hat guy, fog's still crazy thick." "Stay put, Dad's still trying to get his truck running." By 10, exhaustion was setting in. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving me drained. Max had finally settled on the couch beside me, though he'd lift his head at every little sound. I was nodding off despite the coffee when the tapping started again. This time it came from the living room window, right beside me. Tap, tap, tap. Max was instantly alert, a growl rumbling in his chest. I sat frozen, afraid to even breathe. "Tap, tap, tap. Go away," I whispered. The tapping stopped, and for a second, I thought whatever it was had listened. Then I heard a sound like fingernails dragging slowly down the glass. I grabbed my phone and texted Kayla. "It's back, at my window now." Her reply was instant. Don't look at it, whatever you do. But how do you not look when something is right there, when every instinct is screaming at you to identify the threat? The curtain moved slightly, like something was pulling at it from outside. Just a tiny gap, but enough for me to see a sliver of the fog beyond, and within it, the dark shape. I can see you, Leah, came that terrible multi-layered voice, seeping through the glass like the cold. I know you're alone. I clutched Max's collar, as much to keep him from charging the window as to comfort myself. She's coming, the voice continued. She's almost here. Who? I demanded, finding a scrap of courage from somewhere. Who's coming? A pause, then, you, but not you. The curtain parted further, though I wasn't near it. Through the gap, I could see more of the figure now. The hat was tipped back, revealing hollow spaces where eyes should be. Not empty sockets, but actual holes that seemed to go back forever, with tiny points of light deep within them, like distant stars. She's here, it whispered. At that moment, every light in the house flickered and died. Even my phone screen went black. The only illumination came from those distant points of light in the figure's not face, casting just enough glow to see its skeletal hand pressed against my window, fingers impossibly long and jointed in all the wrong places. Tap, tap, tap. Max was barking frantically now, lunging toward the window. I grabbed him, pulling him back as the tapping continued, faster and louder. I scrambled backwards, dragging Max with me until my back hit the wall of the hallway. The tapping followed, moving from window to window around the house, growing more insistent. Then suddenly, silence, complete and absolute. I sat there in the dark, clutching Max, listening to my own ragged breathing and his low growls. Minutes passed. Nothing. When the light suddenly came back on, I nearly screamed. Everything looked normal. The curtains were closed again. My phone buzzed back to life with frantic texts from Kayla asking if I was okay. I got up on shaky legs and checked every window. No sign of the figure, no marks on the glass where those terrible fingers had tapped. Even the fog seemed to be thinning. I texted Kayla. I think it's gone. Lights back on. Thank God, Dad's finally got the truck running. He'll be there in 20. I sank onto the couch, relief washing over me. Maybe it was over, whatever it was. Then Max's head snapped up, his eyes fixed on something behind me. I felt it before I turned around. A cold draft on the back of my neck, the smell of damp earth and something rotting. Standing in my hallway was a woman. She wore my face, but wrong. The features shifted slightly as I stared, like they couldn't quite hold their shape. Her clothes were mine too, but soaked through and dirty, like she'd been buried in them. The fog has lifted, she said with my voice, but hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. Now I can come in. The last thing I remember is Max lunging at her, and her hand, my hand, reaching for me with fingers too long and too thin, tapping against my forehead. Tap, tap, tap. I woke up in the hospital. They say I had a carbon monoxide leak in my house, that I was hallucinating, that I'm lucky my sister's father came to check on me. They say Max saved my life by dragging me to the door, but I know what I saw, and sometimes when the fog rolls in, I still hear it. Tap, tap, tap. Story 15. I never really believed in the paranormal before, even though I'm pretty good at picking up on weird vibes. But what happened at my great-aunt Martha's house completely changed my perspective. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and I don't think I'll ever look at old houses or photographs the same way again. It started last summer when I was 17. My great-aunt Martha needed someone to stay with her after her hip replacement surgery. She lived alone in this massive historic house since my great-uncle passed away 3 years ago, along with their dog Buster shortly after. My mom volunteered me since I was on summer break, and honestly, I didn't mind. I'd always been curious about that house. The house itself is this imposing 3-story Victorian that was built sometime in the 1800s. It sits on the edge of our small town in Virginia, nestled between 2 churches. The really interesting part is that it wasn't originally a home. It started as a small hotel, then was converted into a makeshift hospital during the Civil War. My great-aunt and uncle bought it in the 70s for practically nothing because nobody wanted such a massive old place that needed so much work. When I arrived that morning, I brought my overnight bag and some homemade soup my mom had prepared. Great-aunt Martha was already settled in her makeshift bedroom on the main floor. Normally she slept upstairs, but climbing stairs was out of the question post-surgery. She seemed relieved to see me, which was unusual since she's normally pretty independent. "Oh, Lily, thank goodness you're here," she said, looking more fragile than I remembered. "The pain medication makes me so drowsy, I'm afraid I'd sleep through a fire alarm." I got her settled with her soup and medication, then decided to familiarize myself with the layout of the house. The main floor was fine, spacious with high ceilings, antique furniture, and that distinct smell old houses have, like old books and furniture polish. Nothing about it felt off or strange. It was just an old, well-maintained house with creaky floorboards. But then I went upstairs. The moment my foot hit the top step of the grand staircase, I felt it. A shift in the air, like walking through an invisible curtain into someplace different. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, and the silence felt heavier somehow. I've always been sensitive to atmospheres, but this was more pronounced than anything I'd experienced before. The upstairs hallway stretched in both directions, with about 8 doors leading to various bedrooms and sitting rooms. Most of them were unused, filled with furniture draped in white sheets or old family heirlooms nobody wanted but nobody could bear to throw away either. I needed to get sheets for the guest room where I'd be sleeping, so I headed to the linen closet at the far end of the hall. As I walked, I became increasingly aware of being watched. Not in a threatening way exactly, but like I was disturbing something that had been still for a very long time. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination combined with the knowledge of the house's history. The guest room I'd be using was at the end of the hall. It was small but comfortable, with a 4-poster bed and faded floral wallpaper. As I made the bed, I kept glancing over my shoulder, unable to shake that feeling of being observed. The room had 2 windows, one facing the street and the other facing the church on the right side of the property. That's another weird thing about this house. It's sandwiched between 2 completely different churches. The one on the right is this beautiful old Methodist church with stained glass windows and a well-kept garden. Whenever I looked at it, I felt calm, almost protected. But the church on the left, that one always gave me the creeps. It's smaller, made of dark stone, and has been abandoned for years. Great-aunt Martha once told me it was some offshoot denomination that died out in the 1950s. Something about it just felt wrong, sketchy even, like it was watching the house. After setting up my room, I went to check on Great-aunt Martha, who was napping peacefully. I decided to explore a bit more, partly out of curiosity and partly to familiarize myself with the place since I'd be spending the night. That's when I found it, the photograph. It was hanging in what must have been a study or small library on the 2nd floor. The room was dusty and clearly hadn't been used in years. Heavy velvet curtains blocked most of the light and bookcases lined the walls, but in the center, above an ornate desk, hung a large framed photograph. It showed a family, presumably the original owners of the house from the 1800s. A stern-looking man with a thick beard stood behind a seated woman in a high-necked dress. 3 children of various ages stood beside them, all with that stiff, unsmiling pose typical of old photographs. Nothing particularly unusual about it, except the feeling it gave me. The moment I looked at it, my skin prickled with goosebumps. There was something deeply unsettling about the way they stared out from the photograph, particularly the woman. Her eyes seemed to follow me no matter where I stood in the room. I know that sounds like a cliché, but this wasn't like those optical illusion paintings. This was different. It felt like she was actually seeing me, recognizing that I was in her space. I forced myself to look away and left the room quickly, closing the door behind me. For the rest of the afternoon, I tried to forget about it, busying myself with helping Great-aunt Martha with her medication and preparing dinner. As evening approached, the house began to feel different. Shadows stretched longer. and every creak and settling noise seemed amplified. Great Aunt Martha was in her bedroom watching TV, and I was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner when I heard footsteps overhead. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving from one end of the upstairs hallway to the other. I froze, dish towel in hand, listening. The footsteps continued for about 10 seconds, then stopped. I knew Great Aunt Martha couldn't have gone upstairs with her condition. We were the only ones in the house. Probably just the house settling, I muttered to myself, but I didn't believe it. Houses settle with creaks and pops, not rhythmic footsteps. After making sure Great Aunt Martha had everything she needed for the night, I reluctantly headed upstairs to my room around 10 o'clock. I'm not easily scared, but I'll admit I practically ran up those stairs, not wanting to linger in the darkness of the stairwell. In my room, I changed quickly into my pajamas and got into bed, scrolling through my phone to distract myself. That's when I noticed the Wi-Fi kept cutting out, specifically in my room. Downstairs, it had worked fine. Up here, the signal would be strong for a few minutes, then disappear completely for several minutes before returning. At around 11:30, I decided to try to sleep. I turned off the bedside lamp and lay in the darkness, listening to the unfamiliar noises of the old house, wind against the windows, the occasional creak of wood, the distant hum of Great Aunt Martha's TV downstairs. I must have dozed off because I jerked awake suddenly, disoriented. The digital clock on the nightstand read 1:17 a.m. Something had woken me, but I wasn't sure what. Then I heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from the wall behind my bed. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause, like fingernails against the wallpaper. I sat up, fully awake now, and turned on the lamp. The scratching stopped immediately. I stared at the wall, my heart pounding. There were no trees near that side of the house that could be scraping against it. No logical explanation came to mind. I got out of bed and pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing. Just as I was about to convince myself I'd dreamed it, I remembered the photograph in the study. That room should be adjacent to mine. Despite every instinct telling me not to, I decided to check it out. I grabbed my phone for its flashlight and stepped into the hallway. It was significantly colder than my room had been. My breath fogged slightly in front of me, which made no sense for a summer night, even with air conditioning. The hallway was dark except for a sliver of moonlight coming through a window at the far end. I moved quietly toward the study, my phone's flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. When I reached the door, I hesitated, my hand on the knob. Part of me wanted to run back to my room, but curiosity pushed me forward. I opened the door slowly. The room was exactly as I'd left it, dusty and filled with shadows. My flashlight beam immediately went to the photograph above the desk. It had changed. I'm not being dramatic or making this up. The woman in the photograph, who had been seated before, was now standing. The man and children were in the same positions, but she was definitely standing behind the chair instead of sitting in it. Her expression seemed different too, less vacant, more aware, more focused on me. I backed away, nearly tripping over my own feet. This wasn't possible. Photographs don't change. I told myself it must be a different photograph, that I was misremembering the original, that the poor lighting was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I hurried back to my room, closed the door, and sat on the bed with the lamp on. The scratching had stopped, but now I was too afraid to turn out the light again. I sat there for what felt like hours, scrolling through my phone whenever the Wi-Fi allowed, trying to calm myself down with logical explanations. Around 3 a.m., I heard the footsteps again. This time they were coming down the hallway, directly toward my room. Slow, measured steps. Stop, continue. Stop, continue. Getting closer. They stopped right outside my door. I stared at the door handle, terrified it would start to turn, but nothing happened. Just silence. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the footsteps again, this time moving away, back down the hallway. I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows. The fear from the night before seemed distant in the brightness of morning, almost like a bad dream. I went downstairs to check on Great Aunt Martha and found her already awake, sipping tea in her wheelchair by the window. "Did you sleep well?" she asked. I hesitated. "The house makes some strange noises at night." She nodded knowingly. "Old houses talk to us, Lily. They've seen so much." I wanted to ask her about the photograph, about whether she'd ever experienced anything unusual in the house, but something held me back. Instead, I asked, "Have you ever been uncomfortable in this house, Aunt Martha? Like felt something off?" She studied me for a moment. "When your uncle was alive, never. After he passed." She paused. "Let's just say I don't go upstairs anymore. And it's not just because of my hip." That afternoon, before my mom came to pick me up, I went back upstairs one last time. I don't know why. Maybe to convince myself that I'd imagined everything in the darkness of night. The study door was closed, just as I'd left it. I opened it slowly, bracing myself. The room looked different in daylight, less menacing but no less strange. I forced myself to look at the photograph. The woman was seated again, just as she had been originally, but something was still different. It took me a moment to realize what it was. She was smiling slightly now, a knowing smile that hadn't been there before, and her eyes, they seemed to follow me even more intensely. As I stared, I felt a sudden cold pressure on my shoulder, like someone had placed their hand there. I spun around, but there was nobody there. The room temperature had dropped dramatically, and I could see my breath again. That's when I heard a whisper, so close to my ear it could have been inside my own head. "You see us." I ran out of that room, down the stairs, and didn't stop until I reached Great Aunt Martha in the sunlit living room. I made up some excuse about needing to pack my things, but I think she knew. Something in her eyes told me she understood exactly what had happened. I've never told anyone else about this until now. I don't know if what I experienced was residual energy from the house's long history or something more actively haunting the property. All I know is that I've never felt anything like it before or since, and I'll never forget the woman in that photograph and how she changed, or the whispered acknowledgement that I could see them. Great Aunt Martha sold the house 6 months later and moved into a retirement community. When I asked her why, she just said, "It was their house long before it was mine, Lily. I was just a guest who stayed too long." Story 16. I still can't believe what happened to us that day. It's been 3 months and I haven't slept properly since. I'm writing this down, hoping it might help me process things, but honestly, I doubt anything will ever make sense of what we experienced. It was supposed to be just a fun day out. My brother David, our friend Frank, and I, Jen, decided to drive out to this old World War II bunker near the German-Polish border. David had discovered it online. Some urban exploration forum mentioned it was in a remote wooded area, perfect for shooting air guns without disturbing anyone. We'd been doing target practice as a hobby for about a year. Nothing serious, just cans and makeshift targets. That morning started normally enough. We packed our air rifles, some snacks, drinks, and headed out around 10 in the morning. The drive took about an hour and a half, mostly on main roads, until the last 20 minutes when we turned onto these increasingly narrow dirt paths. The GPS signal kept cutting out, but David had memorized the route from Google Maps beforehand. "Should be just up ahead," David said as we drove through dense forest. The trees were packed so tightly that branches scraped against the sides of Frank's car, an old Volkswagen Golf that had definitely seen better days. The bunker itself wasn't much to look at, a small concrete structure partially buried into the side of a hill with thick moss covering most of the exterior. The roof was flat and accessible via a rusted metal ladder on one side, perfect for setting up our targets. We parked about 50 feet away from the structure, in a small clearing where the ground seemed solid enough. I remember checking the time. It was around noon, and the weather was overcast but dry. We planned to shoot for a couple hours, then head back before dark. The first hour went fine. We took turns shooting at cans we'd set up on the bunker roof. Frank was showing off as usual, hitting almost everything. The bunker must have been some kind of storage facility or maybe a small outpost. It had one main room with a collapsed entrance and thick walls. Nothing special, just another forgotten relic from the war. Around 1:30, we decided to take a break. We sat on the bunker roof, eating sandwiches and drinking beers, just one each since we had to drive back. The woods around us were eerily quiet. No birds, no wind, just occasional distant sounds that could have been falling branches. "Ever wonder what happened here?" Frank asked, his voice oddly loud in the stillness. David shrugged. "Probably nothing. Most of these bunkers were just built as defensive positions. Doubt it ever saw any action." I remember feeling uneasy even then. Something about the place felt wrong, like we were being watched. I brushed it off. I've always been the anxious one in our group. We finished our lunch and shot for another hour or so. By around 3, we decided to pack up and head home. That's when everything went to hell. We walked back to the car, laughing about Frank's terrible last shot, when David suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. "What the fuck?" he whispered. The car was exactly where we'd left it, except now there were brick walls, actual brick walls, built around all 4 wheels. Not just a few bricks, but proper walls about a foot high, surrounding each tire like they'd been there for years. "Is this some kind of joke?" I asked, my voice sounding strange even to myself. "Did someone do this while we were shooting?" Frank ran to the car. "We would have heard someone. We've been here the whole time." The bricks looked old, weathered, with moss growing on some of them, but that was impossible. They absolutely weren't there when we arrived. We would have parked elsewhere if they had been. David touched one of the walls cautiously. "These feel solid, like they've been here forever." We stood there in stunned silence for a few moments. Then Frank snapped into action. "Let's just break them down. They're just bricks." We started kicking at the walls. The bricks were surprisingly solid, but eventually we managed to dislodge enough of them to potentially free the car. It took us about 20 frantic minutes of kicking and pulling. Frank got into the driver's seat and tried to start the car. Nothing happened, not even a click. The car was completely dead. "The battery was fine this morning," Frank said, his voice tight with panic. "This doesn't make any sense." By now, it was around 4 in the afternoon, and the forest was getting darker as clouds gathered overhead. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone. 1 bar of reception, barely enough. "I'm calling Tom," I said. Tom was a mutual friend who lived about 30 minutes away. "He can come get us." Tom answered on the 4th ring. I explained our situation as calmly as I could, though my voice kept cracking. He agreed to come right away. I gave him the coordinates from our GPS app. We waited in the car, doors locked, barely speaking. The silence in the forest felt oppressive now, like something physical pressing against the windows. After what felt like forever, my phone rang. "Tom." "I'm here, I think," he said. "I'm at the bottom of some hill. There's a dirt path, but I can't find where it continues up." David grabbed the phone. "Just follow the main path. It's obvious. You can't miss it." "I'm telling you, there is no path," Tom insisted. "Just trees everywhere. Are you sure about these coordinates?" David read the coordinates again, and Tom confirmed he was in the right place. "Just wait there," David said. "We'll try to come down to you." We were about to get out of the car when Tom's voice changed completely. "Oh shit," he whispered. "Oh fuck, there's something coming." "What?" I asked. "What do you see?" "Something's running toward my car from the woods." Tom's voice was barely audible now. "It's fast. It's fucking fast." We all pressed against the windows of our car, straining to see down the hill, but there was nothing visible through the trees. "What does it look like?" Frank shouted. Tom was breathing heavily now. "I can't. It's not. Oh God, it's coming closer." We heard him fumbling with his car, then the sound of an engine starting. "I'm getting the fuck out of here," he screamed. "Tom, wait!" David yelled. "What's happening?" We heard tires squealing, and then the call cut off. The 3 of us sat frozen in the car. I tried calling Tom back immediately, but it went straight to voicemail. Again and again, straight to voicemail. "What the hell just happened?" Frank whispered. Before anyone could answer, there was a sound from outside the car, a knocking sound on my window. the window facing the forest. It wasn't like a human knock, it was methodical. 3 distinct taps that sounded like metal on glass. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't turn my head to look. "Don't look," David whispered, so quietly I barely heard him. "Nobody look outside." The tapping came again. Tap, 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 then a slow scraping sound, like something metal being dragged across the glass. Frank started crying silently beside me, tears streaming down his face as he stared straight ahead. I'd never seen him cry before. The temperature in the car seemed to drop suddenly. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. Outside, it was still daylight, but it felt like midnight inside that car. The tapping moved to the back window. Tap, tap, tap. Then the car shook slightly, like something was leaning against it. David's hands were trembling as he slowly reached for his phone again. "I'm calling my aunt," he whispered. "She lives 20 minutes from here. She'll come." I don't remember much of that call. David speaking in a voice so low it was barely audible, giving directions, begging her to hurry. What I do remember is what happened while he was on the phone. The tapping stopped. Instead, there was a sound from the roof of the car, like footsteps. Something was walking on top of the car. Not heavy steps like a person, but lighter, multiple points of contact, like an animal with more than 4 legs. The roof of the car dented slightly inward above my head, just a small indentation, like something was pressing down gently. None of us looked up. None of us said a word. David finished his call and whispered, "She's coming, 20 minutes. We just need to wait 20 minutes." Those 20 minutes were the longest of my life. The pressure on the roof came and went. The tapping returned occasionally, moving from window to window. Sometimes there would be complete silence for minutes, and those were almost worse because we were just waiting, knowing something was out there. At one point, Frank whispered, "What's happening at the bunker?" I made the mistake of looking. Through the trees, I could see the bunker. The entrance that had been collapsed when we arrived was now open, a black void where there had been solid concrete before, and there was movement inside that darkness, just shifting shadows. Nothing distinct, but enough to make me immediately look away. "Don't look at it," I whispered. "Just don't look." The light was fading fast now, not just from the approaching evening, but something else, like the light itself was being drained from around us. When headlights finally appeared at the bottom of the hill, I nearly sobbed with relief. David's aunt had somehow found a way up that Tom couldn't. "When she stops," David said, his voice hoarse, "we run, straight to her car. Don't look back, don't stop for anything." The headlights got closer, illuminating the trees. The tapping on our windows became more frantic, faster, harder. The car shook slightly. David's aunt stopped about 20 feet away, her headlights pointing directly at us. The moment her car stopped, David shouted, "Now!" We burst out of the car, all 3 doors opening at once. I ran like I've never run before. I didn't look back. I didn't look to the sides. I just ran straight for those headlights. I remember hearing something behind us, not footsteps, but a sound like metal being dragged rapidly across the ground, and a smell like copper and rot. We piled into David's aunt's car, screaming at her to drive. She reversed down the hill so quickly we were thrown against the dashboard. No one spoke until we were back on the main road. David's aunt took us to her cigarette shop where she called my parents. When they came to get me, I couldn't speak. David managed to tell them some of what happened, but Frank didn't say a word. He just sat there staring at his hands. I've tried to talk to Frank since then, but he won't discuss it. David told me Frank hasn't been the same. He dropped out of university and barely leaves his house now. David's aunt says she drove back the next day with David's uncle to get Frank's car, but there was nothing there. No bunker, no car, no brick walls, just an empty clearing. I still don't know what happened to Tom. He hasn't answered any calls or messages since that day. His parents filed a missing persons report, but his car was found abandoned near the Polish border with no sign of him. Sometimes I wake up at night and hear that tapping sound on my bedroom window. tap, tap, tap. But when I look, there's never anything there. Just darkness. I know one thing for certain. Whatever was in those woods, whatever built those brick walls and opened that bunker, it wasn't human. And I'm terrified that one day I'll hear that tapping again. And this time when I look, something will be looking back. Story 17. I've been driving trucks for 23 years. Chicago to LA, Boston to Miami, Seattle to San Diego. You name a route, I've probably hauled freight on it. But there's one stretch of asphalt I won't drive anymore, not for any amount of money, not even if my life depended on it. It happened 3 years ago, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. I've never told anyone except my dispatcher, who thought I was making excuses, and one old-timer at a truck stop who actually believed me. Writing this down feels like opening a door I've tried to keep locked, but maybe putting it out there will help me process what happened, or maybe someone else has seen what I saw. I was hauling a load of expensive electronics from Chicago to San Francisco, high-value cargo that needed to get there fast, which meant minimal stops and long stretches behind the wheel. I'd been driving for almost 14 hours that day, stopping only for fuel, bathroom breaks, and the occasional coffee to keep me alert. It was around 2 in the morning when I hit that stretch of Route 46 outside Albuquerque. Truckers call it the Dead Mile, though it's actually closer to 3 miles long. It's just this empty stretch of highway with nothing but desert on both sides. A single abandoned gas station about halfway through, and a weird vibe that makes your skin crawl. I'd been fighting sleep for the last hour, slapping my face and blasting cold air to stay awake. Company policy says to pull over if you're too tired, but we all know the unspoken rule. Deliveries need to be on time, or there's always another driver willing to take your routes. I had the radio cranked up, singing along to keep myself awake. That's when the CB radio started acting up. At first, it was just static, not unusual in remote areas. But then there was this voice cutting through. Deep, guttural, almost like someone talking through a throat full of gravel. I couldn't make out what it was saying, but something about it made the hair on my arms stand straight up. I adjusted the dial, thinking maybe I'd picked up a trucker on another channel, but the static just got worse. I switched it off and focused on the road ahead. The moon was bright that night, casting this eerie silver glow across the desert landscape. As I approached that old gas station, a rundown place with boarded windows and pumps that probably hadn't worked since the 90s, I noticed something that hadn't been there the dozens of other times I'd driven this route. There was a man standing at the edge of the road, not walking, not hitchhiking, just standing, completely still. He was tall, unnaturally tall, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned long coat and a wide-brimmed hat that hid his face in shadow. Even though it was the middle of the night in the desert, he wasn't dressed for the cold. He wasn't holding out a thumb or waving for help. He was just watching my truck approach. I slowed down a bit, wondering if he needed assistance, but something in my gut told me to keep moving. As I passed him, I could feel his gaze following me, though I couldn't actually see his eyes under that hat. I checked my side mirror to get another look, and that's when I felt my stomach drop. He was gone, completely vanished. There was nowhere he could have gone, just flat desert for miles, but he disappeared like he was never there. I remember thinking I must be more tired than I realized, hallucinating from exhaustion, seeing things that weren't there. I pinched my arm hard, turned the AC up even colder, and decided I'd pull over at the next rest stop to splash some water on my face. That's when the CB crackled back to life on its own. I hadn't touched it since turning it off, but suddenly it was live, hissing with static. Then, clear as day, 3 words came through. "Turn back now." My mouth went dry. I reached over to shut it off again, but before I could, the voice repeated, "Turn back now, Daniel." It knew my name, my fucking name. I nearly swerved off the road. Nobody had used the CB, nobody had called me, and I definitely hadn't told anyone on the radio what my name was. Then my GPS froze. The screen just locked up on the map. The little arrow that represented my truck stopped moving even though I was doing 70 miles per hour. The distance counter stuck at 3 miles to end of Route 46. My headlights flickered, just for a second, but long enough to send my heart racing. If they went out completely on this dark stretch of road, I'd be driving blind. And that's when I saw him again. The same man, standing directly in the middle of my lane, maybe 50 yards ahead. I hit the brakes hard and swerved onto the shoulder, the load shifting dangerously behind me as 18 wheels fought for traction on the asphalt. I must have missed him by inches. The truck skidded to a stop, leaving black marks on the road, and I sat there gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white, breathing like I'd just run a marathon. The silence that followed was the most complete silence I've ever experienced. No engine noise, though my truck was still running. No wind outside. No distant sounds of other vehicles. It was like someone had muted the entire world. Then came the knock on my passenger window. It wasn't a hesitant tap asking for help. It was deliberate, confident. 3 slow knocks that seemed to echo inside the cabin. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed at me not to turn my head, but I did. He was standing there, right outside my truck, the man in the hat. I still couldn't see most of his face, but I could see his mouth. He was smiling. Not a normal smile. His lips were stretched too wide, showing too many teeth, like someone had taken a normal smile and extended it an extra inch in each direction. His fingers pressed against the glass, long, pale fingers that seemed to have one too many joints in them. They left no prints on the window, no smudges, like they weren't quite solid. His mouth moved, and somehow I could hear his words clearly inside my cab, as if he were sitting right next to me. "You can't leave," he whispered. His voice was the same one I'd heard on the CB. "No one leaves the Dead Mile. I've never been so terrified in my life. Not in my worst nightmares, not when I almost went off a mountain road in Colorado during a blizzard, not even when I was a kid and thought there were monsters under my bed. This was primal fear, the kind that bypasses your brain and goes straight to your muscles. I stomped on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on the gravel shoulder before catching. I didn't look back. I didn't check my mirrors. I just drove, pushing that rig as fast as it would go, watching the speedometer climb past 80, 90, the engine screaming in protest. For what felt like an eternity, I drove in a state of pure panic. The GPS was still frozen, the radio silent now. I had no idea how far I'd gone or how much longer this stretch of road would last. All I knew was that I couldn't stop. Stopping meant facing whatever that thing was again. When I finally saw lights ahead, the blessed lights of a truck stop just off the highway, I nearly cried with relief. I pulled in, parked, and sat there shaking, unable to even open my door for a good 20 minutes. There was an older driver having coffee inside, must have been in his 70s. Gray beard, weathered face, the kind of guy who'd seen everything the road could throw at a person. When I finally calmed down enough to go inside, I sat at his table and just blurted out what had happened. I expected him to laugh, to tell me I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. Instead, he just nodded slowly and said, "You met the highwayman. Count yourself lucky you got away." According to him, drivers have been disappearing on that stretch of Route 46 for decades. Some turn up later with no memory of what happened, missing days or even weeks of their lives. Others never turn up at all. Their trucks are found abandoned, engines still running, no sign of the drivers. The old-timer told me the highwayman only appears to drivers who are pushing themselves too hard, driving when they should be resting. "He's the guardian of the road," the old man said. "Make sure we respect its dangers." I don't know if I believe that part. Whatever I saw didn't feel like a guardian. It felt malevolent, hungry even, like it wanted something from me. I called my dispatcher the next morning and told him I wasn't finishing the route, made up some story about engine trouble that would take days to fix. He was pissed, but I didn't care. Nothing could have made me drive back through the Dead Mile. That was 3 years ago. I'm still driving trucks, but I've changed my routes. I refuse any job that would take me anywhere near Route 46. I've lost money because of it, missed out on some lucrative hauls, but no paycheck is worth facing that thing again. The worst part is, I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. Sometimes, when I'm driving late at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a tall figure standing on the shoulder of whatever road I'm on. It's gone when I look again, but I know what I saw, and sometimes, even when I'm hundreds of miles from New Mexico, my CB will pick up static, and underneath it, I swear I can hear that whisper, "You can't leave." I don't know what the highwayman is. I don't know why it let me go that night when apparently others weren't so lucky. All I know is I check my mirrors constantly now, and I never ever drive past the point of exhaustion. And if you're a driver reading this, take my advice. Avoid Route 46 after dark. Some roads aren't meant to be traveled, and some things on those roads aren't meant to be seen. Story 18. I've been holding this in for almost 20 years, but I need to get it off my chest. When I was 8 years old, something happened that I still can't explain, and it's haunted me ever since. We just moved into this old house in Maplewood, one of those suburban neighborhoods where all the houses look similar but not quite the same. My parents were excited about the character of the place, whatever that meant to a kid like me. It was just bigger than our old apartment, with a backyard where I could play. About 3 weeks after we moved in, I started talking to Yuri. I didn't think anything was weird about it at first. He just showed up in my room one evening while I was playing with my Lego sets. He was a blonde kid with these really bright green eyes, like unnaturally bright. I figured he was maybe a year older than me, but he talked like he was much older sometimes. "You're building it wrong," were the first words he said to me. I remember jumping because I hadn't heard anyone come in. "The foundation will collapse if you do it that way." I asked him who he was and how he got in my room. He just shrugged and said his name was Yuri and that he'd been here a while. I was lonely in the new neighborhood, hadn't made any friends yet, so I was happy to have someone to play with, even if he was kind of weird. He'd only ever show up in my bedroom, never anywhere else in the house, and he'd always stand at the foot of my bed, never sitting down. I asked him once why he wouldn't sit, and he just said, "I can't." I didn't question it at the time. Kids accept weird stuff, you know? One night, my dad walked in on me talking to Yuri. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, and Yuri was standing in his usual spot, telling me about how he used to live around here a long time ago. "Ethan, who are you talking to?" Dad asked, looking concerned. He was scanning the room like he thought someone else was there, but his eyes passed right over where Yuri was standing. Before I could answer, Yuri put his finger to his lips and whispered, "Don't tell him about me. I don't want to leave." "No one," I said quickly. "Just playing." Dad gave me a weird look but didn't push it. After he left, Yuri looked really serious. "You can't tell them about me, Ethan. If you do, I'll have to go away, and you need to help me." "Help you with what?" I asked. "I need to show you something important, but not yet, and you can't tell your parents." I promised I wouldn't. Looking back, that was the beginning of everything going wrong. After that night, Yuri suggested we communicate through writing so we wouldn't get caught talking. He told me to get a diary and write questions to him, and then he would somehow answer them. I didn't understand how it would work, but I was curious enough to try. My mom had given me a journal with planets on the cover for my birthday, which I'd never used. I dug it out from under my bed and wrote my first question. "Yuri, are you real?" I left the journal open on my desk when I went to brush my teeth. When I came back, there was an answer written in handwriting that wasn't mine. Messier, with letters that slanted the wrong way. "I'm as real as you are, but not the same kind of real." That freaked me out, but I was also fascinated. For the next couple of weeks, we had these written conversations. I'd write questions before school, and when I got home, there would be answers. I asked him about his family, where he lived, what games he liked to play. His answers started normal, but gradually got weirder. When I asked about his parents, he wrote, "They did something really bad. That's why I'm stuck here." I asked what they did, and his response chilled me. "They helped hurt people. Lots of people." The questions and answers got darker. One day I came home to find he'd written without me asking anything. "Do you want to see where they put the ones they helped harm? Look through the electrical socket above your kitchen oven. There's a gap in the wall there." I should have told my parents then, but I was scared Yuri would leave, and somehow I felt responsible for helping him. So that evening, while Mom was in the garage doing laundry, I dragged a chair over to the stove and climbed up to look at the electrical socket above the oven. There was indeed a gap where the socket didn't quite fit the wall. When I put my eye close to it, I expected to see inside the wall, maybe some wires or insulation. Instead, I saw what looked like colored glass, red, blue, and gold patterns, like the windows in a church. It didn't make any sense. How could there be stained glass inside our kitchen wall? I was so focused on trying to figure out what I was seeing that I didn't hear my dad come in. He grabbed me off the chair so suddenly that I nearly fell. "What the hell are you doing, Ethan?" he shouted. "You could electrocute yourself." I was so startled that I told him the truth. I was looking at the colored glass in the wall. What colored glass? He put me down and looked at the socket himself. "There's nothing in there but wires. You stay away from electrical outlets, you hear me?" I nodded, but I was confused. I knew what I'd seen. Why couldn't he see it? That night, I wrote to Yuri. What was that colored glass I saw? Dad couldn't see it. The next morning, his answer was waiting. "It's from before, when this was still a holy place, before they buried us under the floor." My heart started racing when I read that. Buried us? Holy place? None of it made sense, but it scared me so bad I couldn't even bring myself to write back that day. The next day after school, I found another message from him. "They're all still here with me, under your house. Don't you hear them sometimes at night?" I had been hearing things at night, creaks and soft thumps that Mom said were just the house settling. But now I wondered if it was something else. Things escalated when my dad found the journal. I'd gotten careless and left it open on my bed. He came into my room holding it, his face white as a sheet. "Ethan, what is this?" he asked, his voice shaking. "Who's writing these things?" I burst into tears. I was terrified of betraying Yuri, but I was more scared of the look on my dad's face. "It's Yuri," I sobbed. "He's my friend, but you can't see him." Dad sat down next to me, the journal clutched in his hand. "Ethan, there is no Yuri. Someone is playing a very sick joke, or—" He trailed off, looking even more worried. "He's real," I insisted. "He stands at the foot of my bed. He has blonde hair and green eyes, and he says there are bodies under our house." Dad's face went from worried to horrified. He called my mom, and they had a whispered conversation in the hallway that I couldn't hear. That night, they made me sleep in their room. Dad took the journal, and I overheard him telling Mom he was going to get to the bottom of this. The next few days were awful. My parents watched me constantly. They took me to a child psychologist who asked me lots of questions about Yuri and whether I'd been feeling sad or angry lately. They treated me like I was either crazy or lying, and Yuri stopped appearing altogether. About a week later, I came home from school to find Dad sitting at the kitchen table with a bunch of papers spread out in front of him. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Ethan," he said carefully, "I want to ask you something. Did Yuri ever tell you what this place was before it was our house?" I shook my head, just that it was a holy place. Dad nodded slowly. "I've been researching the history of this property. I didn't want to believe, but I had to know." He showed me some old black and white photographs. "This is what stood here before our house was built. It was a small church with a graveyard beside it. The windows were stained glass, the same patterns I'd seen through the electrical socket. This church was demolished in 1942, Dad explained, his voice unsteady. The neighborhood was built a few years later. According to these records, they were supposed to relocate the cemetery, but there were inconsistencies in the paperwork. Some historians believe not all the graves were moved. I felt cold all over. Yuri said they were buried under the floor. Dad ran his hand through his hair. There was a family named Voronin who attended this church, Russian immigrants. They had a son named Yuri who died in 1939. He was 9 years old. I couldn't breathe. Is there a picture?" Dad hesitated, then pulled out another paper. It was a newspaper clipping with a grainy photo of a family. And there, standing between a stern-looking man and woman, was a boy with light hair and intense eyes. The parents were later arrested, Dad said quietly. They were suspected of collaborating with foreign agents. Several church members disappeared around that time. The records are incomplete, but he didn't finish. He didn't need to. I understood what Yuri had been trying to tell me, what his parents had done, who was buried beneath our house. We moved out 3 weeks later. Dad never explicitly said it was because of what we discovered, but I knew. We never talked about Yuri again, and I never saw him after Dad found the journal. I'm 30 now, with a family of my own. I've never told anyone this story until now. Sometimes I wonder if Yuri was trying to warn us, or if he wanted something else entirely. I wonder if he's still there, standing at the foot of some other child's bed, asking them to look through the gaps in the walls to glimpse the holy place that once stood there, and the unholy things that happened after. All I know is that sometimes when I dream, I still see those stained glass windows, and behind them, shadows moving in a place that isn't quite a church anymore, but isn't quite gone either. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at Willows Park Grocery when I was 8 years old. It's been over 20 years, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it, especially when I'm staying at my parents' house in my childhood bedroom. For context, Willows Park Grocery was this small corner store about 3 blocks from my house. It had been there forever, like since the 1930s at least. My mom would send me there to pick up milk or bread when we ran out, and I loved going because the owners, Karen and Bruce, were this older couple who always gave me a piece of candy when I came in. The store itself wasn't anything special from the outside, just a small brick building with a green awning and a sign that had probably been there since before I was born. Inside, it smelled like a mix of fresh bread, cleaning products, and something old that I could never quite place. The floors creaked when you walked on them, and the wooden shelves were worn smooth from decades of use. I started going there by myself when I turned 8, and it made me feel so grown up. Karen would sometimes let me go behind the counter while she rang up other customers. I'd stand there feeling important, like I was somehow part of the store. Bruce was quieter than Karen, but he'd sometimes show me how to stock the shelves or let me help him price items with this old-school label gun that made a satisfying chunk sound when you pressed it. The incident happened on a Tuesday afternoon in summer. I remember because I didn't have swim lessons on Tuesdays, so my mom and I had stopped by the store on our way back from the library. It was hot outside, the kind of sticky summer heat that makes you move slower. The bell over the door jingled when we walked in, and Karen looked up from behind the counter with a smile. "Maya, just the girl I wanted to see," she said, reaching under the counter for a watermelon Jolly Rancher, my favorite at the time. While my mom browsed the aisles, Karen leaned over the counter and whispered, "Can I tell you and your mom something? I've been wanting to talk to someone about it." Her tone made my stomach tighten a little. Adults only whispered when something was wrong or secret. When my mom came to the counter with a carton of eggs and some flour, Karen started talking in this low, nervous voice. "I think there's something wrong with the store," she said, glancing back at Bruce, who was stacking cans in aisle 3. My mom raised her eyebrows. "What do you mean, wrong?" Karen looked around again before continuing. "I think it's haunted. I know that sounds crazy, but I've been hearing things. Footsteps when nobody's there. Cupboards closing in the back room when I'm alone in the store. Last week a whole stack of dishes fell off the shelf for no reason at all. Bruce must have overheard because he came over shaking his head. Karen, stop filling their heads with nonsense. It's an old building. The wind comes through those back windows and rattles things. And we've got that fan that wobbles. It makes the whole place vibrate sometimes." Karen pressed her lips together, clearly annoyed. "It's not the wind, Bruce. The dishes were in the middle of the shelf. And what about the footsteps?" Bruce just sighed and went back to stocking shelves. My mom gave Karen a sympathetic look. Old buildings do make strange noises, but Karen wasn't having it. "I can prove it," she said suddenly, looking at me. "Maya, would you come to the back room with me for a minute? I want to show you something." I looked at my mom, who nodded after a moment's hesitation. I'd been in the back room plenty of times before, so it wasn't like Karen was taking me somewhere unfamiliar. The back room was basically a small storage area with shelves of extra inventory, a mini fridge, a small table where Karen and Bruce ate lunch, and a door that led to a tiny bathroom. There was also this old chalkboard mounted on the wall where they kept track of orders and deliveries. It had been bolted to the wall. I remember noticing the 4 big screws in the corners. "Just stand here for a minute," Karen said, positioning me in the middle of the room. "I want you to tell me if you feel anything strange." I remember feeling a bit silly, but also nervous. The back room was cooler than the store, and darker too, with just one small window near the ceiling. It smelled mustier back there. My mom stood in the doorway, arms folded. "Karen, I'm not sure what you're trying to..." And then it happened. We'd been in that room maybe 5 minutes when the chalkboard, the one bolted to the wall with 4 huge screws, suddenly fell straight down to the floor with a loud crash that made me jump about a foot in the air. It didn't slide down the wall or tilt forward. It just dropped straight down, like the screws had disappeared. I screamed. I'm not embarrassed to admit it. I screamed and ran straight for the door, bumping into my mom. Karen was right behind me, her face white as paper. "Did you see that?" she kept saying. "Did you see? It was bolted to the wall." Bruce came running from the front of the store. "What happened? What was that noise?" When Karen told him, he went into the back room to look at the fallen chalkboard. I refused to go back in there. I stood by the counter, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Bruce came back out holding 2 of the bolts. "The screws must have been loose," he said, but his voice didn't sound as confident as before. "They weren't loose," Karen insisted. "I wrote on that board this morning." My mom put her arm around my shoulders. I could feel her hand trembling slightly. "Maybe we should go," she said. "But before we left, I remembered something. The windows are open, but there's no fan running today. And it's not even windy outside." The look Bruce gave me was strange. Like he was annoyed that I'd noticed this detail that poked a hole in his explanation. As we were leaving, I glanced at the old black and white photograph that hung near the door. It had always fascinated and creeped me out in equal measure. It showed Willows Park Grocery back in the 1930s with a line of people standing outside the front. Most of the people in the photo were clear and distinct, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, but there was this one figure, a girl maybe a few years older than me, standing in the center whose face was completely blurred. Not like she had moved when the picture was taken, but like someone had smudged just her face while leaving everything else in focus. That day, I could have sworn her blurry face was turned toward me as I left. My mom and I didn't talk much on the walk home. When Dad asked what was wrong at dinner, Mom just said, "Karen's been working too hard at the store. She's getting herself worked up over nothing." But that night, she checked under my bed and in my closet before I went to sleep, something she hadn't done in years. I still went to the store after that. We lived in a small town and there weren't many other options, but I never went into the back room again. Karen never mentioned what happened, but she stopped letting me go behind the counter. Sometimes I'd catch her staring at that old photograph by the door, her expression unreadable. About 4 years later, Karen and Bruce retired and sold the store to a man named Ihsan Askbar. He renamed it Yom Broja and painted the outside yellow instead of green. Mom said the name meant something in his language, but I don't remember what. I was 12 by then and more interested in hanging out with friends than going to the grocery store. The really creepy part, though, is what happened just 1 year after Mr. Askbar took over. I was at school when I overheard my teacher telling another teacher that the foreign man who runs the Old Willows store had died of a heart attack. Right there in the store, alone. When I got home that day, I asked my mom about it, and she confirmed it was true. Apparently, a customer had walked in and found Mr. Askbar on the floor behind the counter. The paramedics said he'd been dead for hours. The strangest detail, which I overheard my parents discussing when they thought I was asleep, was that they found him clutching that old photograph from the 1930s, the one with the blurry girl. It had been torn down from the wall. After that, the store remained closed for months. Eventually, it became a laundromat, then a cell phone repair shop. Now it's just an empty building with a for lease sign that's been there for years. I've never told anyone the full story before. As I got older, I tried to convince myself that the chalkboard really had just been loose, that it was all a coincidence. But deep down, I know what I saw. That chalkboard didn't just fall, it dropped, as if someone had been holding it up and suddenly let go. Sometimes I drive by the old building when I visit my parents. I never stop, never get out of the car. But I always look up at that small window near the ceiling of what used to be the back room, half expecting to see a face watching me. Blurry, like in the photograph, but somehow still seeing. Story 20. I still have no explanation for what's been happening to me and my best friend Madison for the past 16 years. It's gotten to the point where I'm afraid to see her anymore, even though she's been my closest friend since we were 7 years old. I know it sounds completely insane, but something supernatural has been haunting us since we were kids, and it only happens when we're together. Madison's family home was always known for being haunted. It wasn't just little things either. Her parents openly acknowledged it. They'd talk about doors slamming shut on their own, or items disappearing and reappearing in different places. At first I thought they were just trying to scare us. You know how some parents are. But then I started experiencing things myself whenever I visited. The first really terrifying incident happened when Madison was 11. I wasn't there when it occurred, but she called me crying the next morning. Something had physically dragged her under her bed in the middle of the night. Her parents heard her screaming and ran to her room, where they found her halfway under the bed, kicking and fighting against something they couldn't see. Her dad had to literally pull her out, and she had bruises on her ankles where she said it had grabbed her. Her little brother had it even worse. When he was only 8, he started having these horrific nightmares about dying babies. He would wake up screaming, describing in detail how he'd seen infants with bluish skin and vacant eyes staring at him from the corners of his room. The poor kid was constantly covered in scratches and bruises that would appear overnight. Once their parents found him in the hallway at 3 in the morning, bleeding from 4 perfectly parallel scratches down his back, like claw marks. Whenever I visited Madison's house, something would always happen to me. I'd arrive perfectly fine, we'd hang out for a few hours, and by the time I was ready to leave, I'd have unexplained scratches all over my arms or legs. Sometimes I'd get sudden, intense nosebleeds that would start without warning and be nearly impossible to stop. Other times, I'd have these crazy emotional outbursts. I'd start crying or screaming over absolutely nothing. My mum eventually became reluctant to let me go over there because I'd always come home different, as she put it. When we were 14, Madison's family finally moved out of that house. We thought maybe whatever was happening would stop. It didn't. If anything, it got worse, because now it seemed like whatever had been in that house had somehow attached itself to Madison, or to our friendship. We're 23 now, and it still happens every single time we get together. I don't live with my parents anymore, and Madison lives about 30 minutes away with her boyfriend. But whenever she visits my apartment or we meet somewhere, bizarre things start happening. Last month, we were hanging out watching movies at my place. We were just sitting on the couch when the TV started turning on and off by itself, not like a power surge. The remote was on the coffee table, and we both watched as the TV kept shutting down and rebooting over and over. It happened maybe 15 times in the span of 5 minutes. Madison suggested it might be a problem with my electricity, but nothing else in the apartment was affected. Another time, we were having lunch at a cafe, and both our phones completely died simultaneously, even though mine had been at 87% battery. When we got back to our cars, both started working again, fully charged. Explain that. But the knocking is what really gets to me. Whenever we're together, we'll hear distinct knocking sounds coming from walls, ceilings, underneath floors, places where nobody could possibly be. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks. We've tested it by sitting completely silent, and the knocking continues. We've checked outside thinking maybe it's a branch hitting the building or a neighbor doing construction. Nothing. It only happens when we're together. And then there are the voices, disembodied sounds of crying, laughing, or sometimes screaming that seem to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The first time it happened, we were 16 and hanging out in my parents' basement. We both heard what sounded like a child giggling right between us. We jumped up and searched the entire basement. Nobody was there, all the windows were closed, and the TV was off. What happened last week, though? That's why I'm writing this. I need to tell someone because I don't think I can handle seeing Madison anymore, and I don't know how to tell her. She came over to my apartment on Friday evening. Everything was normal at first. We were catching up, talking about her job and my classes. I was making dinner in the kitchen while she sat at the counter telling me about a fight she'd had with her boyfriend. Suddenly, every light in the kitchen went out. Not the whole apartment, just the kitchen. The living room lights were still on. The microwave clock was still lit up, but all 4 overhead lights in the kitchen simultaneously went dead. I figured it was just the circuit breaker, so I went to check. On my way to the breaker panel in the hallway, I passed through the living room where all the lights were working perfectly. The breaker for the kitchen hadn't tripped. I flipped it off and on anyway, but nothing happened. When I came back to the kitchen, Madison was sitting in the dark, looking uncomfortable. "Should we call maintenance?" she asked. I was about to say yes when the kitchen lights suddenly came back on by themselves, all 4 at once, just like they'd gone out. Madison and I looked at each other, and I could tell she was thinking the same thing I was. It was happening again. We tried to shake it off and continue with our evening. I finished making dinner, and we moved to the dining room to eat. About halfway through the meal, I heard a squeaking sound. At first, I thought it was just the wooden chair Madison was sitting in, but then I realized it was coming from the empty chair at the end of the table. As we both stared at it, the chair began to move slightly, like someone invisible was rocking back and forth in it. "Olivia," Madison whispered, grabbing my arm, "is your apartment built on a fault line or something?" I shook my head. "No earthquakes here. And look, none of the other chairs are moving. None of the glasses are shaking." The chair continued to squeak and rock for about 30 seconds before suddenly stopping. We sat there frozen, hardly breathing, waiting to see what would happen next. Nothing did, but the atmosphere in the room had changed completely. It felt heavy, oppressive, like the air before a massive thunderstorm. "Maybe we should go out instead," I suggested, desperate to leave the apartment. Madison nodded quickly, and we both stood up. That's when she gasped and pointed at my arm. "Liv, what happened to your arm?" I looked down and felt my stomach drop. 3 long red scratches ran from my wrist almost to my elbow. They weren't deep, but they were definitely fresh, and I had absolutely no idea how they got there. I hadn't scratched myself, hadn't brushed against anything sharp. "Let me see your arms," I said to Madison, suddenly feeling cold all over. She rolled up her sleeves, and there they were, identical scratches on both of her forearms. She pulled up her shirt slightly, and her stomach had them too. When I checked my legs, I found more scratches on my calves. "This is insane," I whispered. "This has been happening our entire lives, Madison. It's not normal." "I know," she said quietly, "but it only happens when we're together. Never when I'm alone. Never when I'm with other people. Just you and me. That's the part that haunts me the most. Whatever this thing is, it's attached to our friendship specifically. I've had other close friends throughout my life, and nothing supernatural ever happens when I'm with them. Madison says it's the same for her. It's just us. We've tried to research it. We've looked into the history of Madison's old house, thinking maybe something terrible happened there that could explain the activity. We found nothing. We've considered the possibility that one of us might be unconsciously psychokinetic, causing physical phenomena through mental energy, but that doesn't explain the voices or the scratches. The most disturbing theory we've come up with is that something attached itself to us when we were children. Some entity that feeds off our combined energy when we're together. It sounds ridiculous typing it out like this, but after 16 years of unexplainable occurrences, it's the only thing that makes sense. After discovering the scratches last week, Madison left my apartment. We were both too freaked out to continue the evening. As I was closing the door behind her, we both heard a distinct childlike voice whisper, "Don't go." It came from directly between us, where there was nothing but air. Madison ran to her car, and I slammed my door shut. I spent the night with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. Nothing else happened once she was gone. It never does. I don't know what to do anymore. Madison is my best friend, but I'm becoming afraid to be around her. We've started meeting only in public places, thinking maybe whatever this is won't manifest with other people around. But even then, strange things happen. Silverware moving on its own, sudden cold spots that make us both shiver, the feeling of being watched. What terrifies me most is the escalation. The activity seems to be getting more intense and more physical as we get older. What started as just eerie feelings and small phenomena has evolved into actual physical harm with these scratches. What happens next? How far will it go? I'm writing this because I need advice, or at least to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. Has anyone else ever had paranormal activity that only occurs in the presence of a specific person? Is there something connecting us that we don't understand? Madison texted me yesterday asking if we could meet up this weekend. I haven't responded yet. Part of me wants to see my best friend, but another part is terrified of what might happen if we're in the same room again. I can't help but wonder, if we stopped seeing each other completely, would whatever this is eventually fade away, or would it find some other way to keep us connected? For now, I'm avoiding her calls, and I hate myself for it. 16 years of friendship, and I'm pushing away the person who means the most to me because I'm afraid of something I can't see or understand. But after last week, I don't know what else to do. The scratches on my body have finally healed, but the fear of what caused them hasn't faded at all. Story 21. I still can't explain what happened after my grandmother Elena died. It's been 3 months, and I get goosebumps every time I think about it. I wasn't a believer in ghosts or anything supernatural before this, but now I don't know what to believe anymore. My abuela Elena was the heart of our family. She lived in this beautiful old house in Banyan Bay, right near the coast. You could smell the salt in the air from her porch, where she'd sit for hours watching the waves. She was 78 when she passed. Heart failure, they said. It wasn't unexpected, but it still hit us hard. In our culture, we have this tradition of bringing the body home before the funeral, so family can pay their respects in a more intimate setting. My mom insisted we follow tradition, even though my dad thought it was a bit old-fashioned. The funeral home delivered her body the day before the service. They placed her in this beautiful wooden coffin in the living room, surrounded by flowers and photos of the family. She was dressed in her favorite blue dress, the one with little white flowers that she wore to all our birthday parties. My Aunt Maria placed Abuela's cell phone beside her in the coffin. It sounds weird, but Abuela was attached to that thing. She loved sending us random emojis and voice messages, even if she didn't fully understand how the technology worked. That's when things started getting strange. The first blackout happened around 2 in the afternoon. We were all sitting around, sharing memories, when suddenly the lights went out. My Uncle Pablo went to check the breaker box in the hallway and found the main switch flipped off. We figured it was just an electrical issue. The house was pretty old after all. But then it happened again an hour later, and again after that. 7 times throughout the day, the power would cut out, and every single time, the main switch was turned off. Not tripped, physically switched off, like someone had done it intentionally. It's probably just a power surge causing the switch to flip, my dad said, trying to calm everyone down, but even he seemed uneasy by the 4th or 5th time. Around 6 in the evening, I was sitting with my cousins in the kitchen when my phone rang. I pulled it out of my pocket and nearly dropped it when I saw the caller ID, Abuela Elena. My hands were shaking as I stared at the screen. The phone rang once, then disconnected. I couldn't breathe. I looked up to see my cousin Lucia staring at me, white as a sheet. "Did you just?" she whispered. Before I could answer, her phone lit up. Same caller ID. 1 ring, then nothing. We ran to the living room where Abuela's body lay. The phone was still there, right beside her hand, exactly where Aunt Maria had placed it. It wasn't charging. It couldn't have been. It was just sitting there, screen dark. Maybe it's a glitch, my brother suggested, or someone hacked her account. But over the next few hours, 5 more family members received calls from her number, always just 1 or 2 rings, then nothing. No voicemail, no missed call notification afterward. It was like the calls never happened, except we all saw them. My mom was terrified. She wanted to remove the phone from the coffin, but my Aunt Maria wouldn't let her. "It's what Elena wanted," she insisted. She always said she wanted to be buried with it. The wake continued into the night, with more power outages and more phantom calls. None of us slept well. The next day, we had the funeral service at the local church and buried Abuela in the cemetery overlooking the ocean. We placed her phone in the coffin with her before they lowered it into the ground. I remember feeling relief, thinking whatever strange energy had caused those events would be buried along with her. I was wrong. A few days after the funeral, we were still sorting through Abuela's things at her house. My younger brother Miguel, he's 19, had stayed behind while the rest of us went shopping for some cleaning supplies and groceries. Miguel had been up late the night before and wanted to take a nap. When we got back to the house, we realized no one had brought the remote for the automatic gate at the entrance to Abuela's long driveway. It was a solid iron gate, pretty heavy, and about 200 meters from the house. My dad was about to call Miguel to come open it when something happened that I still can't explain. We were sitting in the car, maybe 300 meters from the gate, when it slowly started to open on its own. Not like it was broken or being pushed by the wind. It moved steadily, deliberately, like someone had pressed the button inside the house. Miguel must have seen us coming, my dad said, but his voice had that edge to it, the one I'd been hearing a lot since Abuela died. We drove through and up to the house. When we got inside, we found Miguel just waking up on the couch, hair messy, eyes still heavy with sleep. "Thanks for opening the gate," my mom said to him. The look on his face is something I'll never forget. Confusion, then realization, then pure, undiluted fear. "I didn't open the gate," he said, sitting up. "I've been asleep the whole time." The groceries my mom was holding hit the floor. Glass shattered. It was pasta sauce, I think, but nobody moved to clean it up. Miguel was shaking now. "I had this dream," he said. "Abuela was here. She was sitting right next to me on the couch, stroking my hair like she used to do when I was little. She whispered to me that you guys would be home soon, but that I should keep resting. She said," he swallowed hard, "she said not to worry, that she would open the gate herself." I felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. Then my little brother Tomas, he's only 5, came running in from the hallway. "Did you see Abuela?" he asked, his face lit up with excitement. "She was at the gate waving at us. She was smiling." My mom dropped to her knees, either to clean up the broken glass or because her legs gave out. I'm not sure which. My dad stood frozen in the doorway. No one said anything for what felt like forever. "Tomas, Abuela is in heaven now," my aunt finally said, her voice cracking. "Remember we talked about this?" But Thomas just looked confused. "But she was right there," he insisted. "By the gate. She waved at me and then she went poof." He made a little exploding gesture with his hands. We tried to convince ourselves there were logical explanations. Miguel had opened the gate half asleep and forgotten. Thomas was just processing grief in his own way. The power outages were electrical problems, the phone calls were network glitches, but deep down, none of us believed that. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Abuela, about how she always promised she'd look out for us no matter what. How she'd kiss our foreheads and say, "Even when I'm not here, I'll always be watching over you." The strangest part, I wasn't scared anymore. Instead, I felt this weird sense of comfort, like maybe the universe is bigger and more mysterious than we think, like maybe love really doesn't stop when the heart does. Over the next few weeks, little things kept happening. Items moved around the house. The smell of Abuela's perfume appearing suddenly in empty rooms, the radio turning to her favorite station on its own. Each time we'd look at each other, knowing but not saying. One night, I was alone in her house finishing up some paperwork for her estate. I was sitting at her desk when I felt a hand on my shoulder, warm, solid, familiar. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. "I miss you too, Abuela," I whispered. The hand squeezed once, then was gone. I still don't know how to process what happened after my grandmother died. I don't know if it was her spirit, her energy, or just our collective grief creating something from nothing. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. And sometimes, when I visit her house and sit on that porch overlooking the ocean, I swear I can feel her sitting right beside me, watching the waves roll in, keeping her eternal watch over the family she loved so much. Story 22. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm still not sure if writing it all down will help or just make the memories more vivid. But I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar, because my parents think I should just move on, and my friends look at me like I'm crazy when I try to explain. This happened last October when I was 16. My parents decided to have a date night, dinner and a movie in the next town over. Nothing unusual about that. They go out maybe once a month, and I'd been babysitting my 10-year-old brother Max since I was 13. Easy money, right? We live in Ravenwood, this super small town surrounded by forests that everybody drives through but nobody stops in. Our house is one of those old Victorian-style places that my dad got for a steal because it needed so much work. He's been renovating it room by room for years. It's creaky and drafty, but it's home. That night, a massive storm was rolling in. The weatherman had been warning about it all week. Heavy rain, high winds, possible power outages. My parents almost cancelled their plans, but the storm wasn't supposed to hit full force until later, so they decided to go ahead. "We'll be back by 11, Mom said, kissing my forehead. "Max needs to be in bed by 9. There's pizza money on the counter." "I know the drill," I told her. "I'd done this dozens of times." After they left, Max and I ordered pizza and started watching this stupid superhero movie he was obsessed with. The rain started coming down harder around 8, drumming against the windows. The wind picked up too, howling through the trees and making that weird moaning sound as it pushed through the cracks in our old windows. Max fell asleep on the couch around 8:30, which wasn't surprising. The kid could sleep through anything. I nudged him awake and sent him upstairs to brush his teeth and get into bed. He was so tired he didn't even argue, which was a first. After he went up, I noticed how quiet the house felt. Not the normal quiet when someone's sleeping, but a heavy, thick kind of quiet that seemed to push against my ears. The shadows in the living room seemed longer, darker somehow. I turned on more lights, telling myself I was being stupid. I was scrolling through social media when my phone buzzed with a text from a number I didn't recognize. "Do you know where your brother is?" My heart did this weird flip-flop thing. I figured it was probably one of my friends messing with me. They knew I was babysitting. "He's in bed." "Who is this?" I texted back. The reply came almost instantly. "He's not in bed anymore." I laughed it off, but something made me get up and check on Max anyway, just to prove whoever it was wrong. I climbed the stairs, noticing how the shadows seemed to shift and move as I passed. Our upstairs hallway has these old wall sconces that cast weird light patterns. Dad keeps meaning to replace them but never gets around to it. When I pushed open Max's door, my blood went cold. His bed was empty, covers thrown back like he'd gotten up in a hurry. His dinosaur nightlight was still on, casting a greenish glow over his empty room. "Max?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "Max, this isn't funny. Come out now." No answer. I checked the bathroom. Empty. My parents' room. Empty. My room. Empty. My phone buzzed again. Checked the attic. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped my phone. The attic. We never went up there. It was full of junk from the previous owners that Dad kept meaning to sort through. The entrance was a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. Max wouldn't go up there, I texted back. He's afraid of the attic. The reply, he didn't go up there alone. I wanted to call my parents right then, but something stopped me. What would I say? That Max was playing hide and seek, and I got a creepy text. They'd just tell me to find him and stop overreacting. So I grabbed the flashlight from the hallway drawer, pulled down the attic ladder, and started climbing. Each step creaked under my weight. The sound of the rain was louder up there, hammering against the roof like it wanted to break through. "Max?" I called as my head cleared the opening. "Are you up here? You're not in trouble, I promise. Just come out." The attic was pitch black except for my flashlight beam. It cut through layers of dust floating in the air, illuminating old furniture, boxes, a broken mirror propped against a wall. The air smelled musty and cold. My flashlight caught something in the far corner, a small figure crouched behind an old trunk. Max. Relief flooded through me. "Max, what are you doing up here? You scared me half to death." He didn't respond. As I got closer, I could see he was rocking back and forth, arms wrapped around his knees, staring at nothing. "Max?" I crouched down beside him, shining the light away from his face. "Hey, buddy, what's going on?" That's when I noticed how cold it was around him. Not just cool like the rest of the attic, but freezing, like standing in front of an open freezer. My breath came out in white puffs. I touched his shoulder and he flinched, then slowly turned toward me. His eyes. I'll never forget his eyes. They were completely blank, like he was looking through me at something a million miles away. "Max, you're scaring me," I whispered. "Let's go downstairs." When he finally spoke, his voice wasn't right. It was still Max's voice, but there was something underneath it, something deeper that made my skin crawl. "It's too late," he said. "They're here." "Who's here, Max?" I asked, my voice shaking. He didn't answer. Instead, his head tilted like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Then I heard it too. Whispers, so faint I thought I was imagining them at first. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, floating through the darkness around us. I couldn't make out words, just sounds that almost formed sentences before dissolving back into meaningless noise. The shadows in the corners of the attic seemed to shift and move. Not like normal shadows that change when light moves, but like they were alive, stretching and pulling away from the walls. The single bulb hanging from the attic ceiling flickered once, twice, then went out completely. My flashlight dimmed, the beam growing weaker by the second. "Max, we need to go," I said, grabbing his arm. "Now." Something cold brushed against my free hand. Not cold like metal or glass. Cold like flesh that hadn't been warm for a very long time. It felt like fingers, thin and bony, trying to intertwine with mine. I screamed and dropped the flashlight. It hit the floor with a crack, the light blinking out and plunging us into total darkness. I yanked Max to his feet and dragged him toward where I thought the attic entrance was, stumbling over boxes and furniture. My foot found the opening, and I practically threw Max down the ladder before scrambling after him. I slammed the attic door shut behind us and dragged Max toward the stairs. "What were you doing up there?" I demanded once we reached the hallway. "How did you even get up there by yourself?" Max just stared at me with those empty eyes. "I need to call Mom and Dad," I said, more to myself than to him. I pulled out my phone, but the screen was black. Dead, even though it had been at 80% minutes ago. I ran to the landline in my parents' room and picked it up. Instead of a dial tone, I heard those whispers again, closer now, as if whoever, whatever, was whispering was pressing their mouth right against the receiver. I slammed the phone down and turned to Max, who was standing in the doorway watching me. "We need to go," I said. "We'll go to Mrs. Peterson's next door." Max didn't move or respond. The whispers I'd heard in the attic and on the phone were getting louder, filling the hallway now. They were coming from every room, seeping through the walls like toxic gas. I grabbed Max's hand, which was ice cold, and pulled him toward the stairs. We needed to get out of this house. Now. When we reached the top of the staircase, the lights went out. All of them, at once. Not like a power outage that happens gradually, more like someone flipped a master switch. I froze, still holding Max's hand. In the darkness, I could see shapes moving along the walls, darker patches against the shadows. They seemed to pulse and breathe. "It's just the storm," I whispered, not believing it myself. "The power's out everywhere." I started down the stairs, practically dragging Max behind me. Each step felt miles long. The whispers followed us, growing more insistent, almost angry. When we reached the bottom, I let go of Max's hand to fumble for the flashlight we kept in the drawer by the front door. My fingers closed around it, and I clicked it on, relief washing over me as light flooded the entryway. I turned back toward the stairs to grab Max again. He wasn't behind me. "Max?" I called, swinging the flashlight beam around the empty foyer. A soft giggle came from the top of the stairs. I slowly raised the flashlight beam. Max stood at the top of the staircase, but something was wrong. His posture was different, stiffer, more upright than his usual slouch. His eyes reflected the flashlight beam like an animal's, two perfect circles of light in the darkness. "Max, come down," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to leave." He smiled then. Not his normal smile with the crooked front tooth and dimples. This smile was too wide, stretching his face in a way that looked painful. His eyes were completely black now, like holes in his face. "There's no escaping them," he said in that layered voice. "They're already inside." "Inside what?" I whispered, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "Inside me," he said. "Inside you too, soon." He took a step down the stairs, then another. His movements were wrong, jerky and stiff, like a marionette being controlled by an inexperienced puppeteer. I backed toward the front door, fumbling behind me for the knob. My fingers closed around it, and I twisted, locked. I was sure I hadn't locked it after my parents left. The darkness around Max seemed to thicken, spreading out from him like ink dropped in water. It flowed down the stairs ahead of him, tendrils of shadow reaching toward me. I backed into the living room, searching for another way out. The windows. I could break a window, but as I moved, the shadows followed, cutting off my escape routes one by one. They moved with purpose, herding me toward the center of the room where Max now stood, still wearing that horrible smile. The whispers were deafening now, a cacophony of voices all talking at once. I could almost understand them, almost make out words, but they remained just beyond comprehension. The darkness around Max expanded, flowing across the floor like liquid shadow. When it touched my feet, I felt a bone-deep cold spread up my legs. I couldn't move, couldn't run. The cold crept higher, reaching my waist, my chest. Max's laughter rang out, echoing strangely as if the room had suddenly grown much larger. It wasn't his laugh. It was older, colder, filled with a cruel joy that Max had never possessed. The darkness reached my neck, my face. I tried to scream, but the shadow poured into my mouth, freezing my lungs, my throat. The last thing I saw before the darkness covered my eyes was Max's face, still wearing that terrible smile, his eyes black and empty. Then, nothing. I woke up on the living room floor. The lights were on. The storm had passed. My parents were shaking me, their faces panicked. Jenna, wake up," Mom was saying, her voice high with fear. I sat up, disoriented. What happened? "We've been trying to call you for hours," Dad said. "The storm knocked out cell service. We couldn't get through." "Where's Max?" I asked, suddenly remembering. "He's fine. He's asleep in his bed," Mom said. "Why were you on the floor? Did you fall?" I told them everything. The texts, finding Max in the attic, the whispers, the shadows. They exchanged that look parents give each other when they think their kid is either lying or crazy. Dad checked his phone. No unknown texts had come through. Mom went up to check the attic and found nothing unusual, just our old junk collecting dust. Max was fast asleep in his bed, normal as ever. They think I fell asleep watching a horror movie and had a nightmare. Or maybe I sleepwalked, or maybe the storm scared me and I imagined it all. But I know what I experienced, and sometimes, when I look at Max, I catch him staring at me with a strange expression. Sometimes I hear whispers just at the edge of hearing when no one else is around. Sometimes out of the corner of my eye I see shadows move against the natural flow of light. And sometimes, when Max thinks no one is watching, he smiles that too wide smile that isn't his at all.